Chapter 1. Meeting. Tia gazed across the parkland, absorbing the grandeur and peaceful tranquillity of the English Cotshier country estate as she eagerly adjusted the chin strap of her new black velvet riding helmet. She had hooked an arm through the reins that were secured to a sizable young Appaloosa. The horse had striking markings, as if his entire front end and most of his hind legs had been dipped in a large pot of rich dark chocolate, leaving his white back end splattered with hundreds of little chocolate drops. His face looked as if he had rubbed some of the chocolate off to reveal white smudges across his brow and down his nose. His muzzle was white, as if he had licked off the surrounding chocolate. It was her first day of equestrian student work experience at the 500-acre Darleigh Dale Hall, and she had been given the task of riding the young horse quietly around the estate. She had secured her dream work placement as part of her equine rehabilitation course at a local agricultural college. She would work with very high-quality sport horses for 2 full days a week. She committed her whole heart and soul into this highly promising opportunity that could provide the leg up in life that had thus far eluded her in an underprivileged upbringing. She had pledged to herself that she would be the absolute best student staff member with the highest standards of caring for the horses that had ever worked there. The morning sun had begun its magnificent ascent, casting a warm golden glow across softly folding fields. They set off at a leisurely walk down the cobblestone drive beside the grand old Victorian stable block, through the glittering canopy of the rich spring scenery, a time of year when nature dressed in full bling. Tia relaxed into a feeling of blissful joy, imagining what it would be like to own this magnificent young horse and live in the resplendent Darleigh Dale Hall. She could spend every joyful hour of every magnificently happy day at the stables, dedicating her whole life to the well-being of horses that she loved with every part of her young soul. After about half an hour, they were making their way along a path, open to the field on one side and edged by a tall hedge on the other. Tia had immersed herself in the rhythmic sound of painters' hooves gently thudding along the ground and the cheerful random tweeting of a lone blackbird. Suddenly she heard a rustling in the hedge, then a series of brisk clipping and snipping of the branches. In an instant, Painter spun around and unseated her. She clung to his side in a desperate bid to stay on, hooked by one leg over the saddle, the other gyrating randomly in mid-air, like a signal-seeking antenna, as she tried to find a grip to pull herself back into the saddle seat without falling to the ground. As she grunted and squealed her way back into position, her head dropped backwards, and she saw someone watching her through the hedge. She eventually scrambled back into the saddle during a couple of tight circles in trot. Painter stopped circling abruptly, facing the hedge, pacing on the spot. "Whoa, easy there," called out a persuasive, well-spoken, confident male voice, breaking through the chaos. The speaker emerged from the hedge, making careful footsteps to approach the horse and rider, his hands held up in a gesture of reassurance, scanning the scene through sunglasses. Tia realized that the clipping sound had originated from what appeared to be a plantsman busily taking cuttings from the hedge with secateurs. The plantsman was tall, slim, dark-haired, well-groomed, and suitably well-dressed for work, wearing country clothing entirely appropriate for the activity. He wore well-fitting, neatly pressed sage-green moleskin boot-cut slacks with a checked shirt under a waxed jacket and sturdy brown waxed suede dealer boots. A muted green tweed flat cap completed his stylish appearance. He cut a dashingly handsome figure of a young man in the prime of his young adult life. Deeply self-conscious, Tia began to make a rapid retreat as soon as order was restored, having returned to vertical in the saddle seat. After Painter had begun to take several strides away from the embarrassing scene, Tia needed to turn back. Good horsemanship skills must prevail over her urge to flee. She must remain and bring the young horse progressively closer to the original source of his alarm for several moments to reassure him that there was nothing there to be frightened of. She turned and noticed that the plantsman looked concerned. "Oh, Lordy, I'm so very sorry," he said, frowning. "I didn't mean to alarm the horse. That was a rather spectacular recovery, though. Pleasantly theatrical for around here. It's normally so dull in these parts." He was now relaxed and looking at her with an encouraging smile. "Lost, are you?" Tia blushed. How would he know that? She was surprised to have found the strange plantsman's good looks to be equally spectacular, and hoped she had not made it so obvious. With his stupendously good looks, she now sensed that he was somehow out of place. Too remarkable to be working alone, remotely, in a large meadow, in his youthful prime, but feeling unusually bashful, she nodded. "I think we must be. Well, no, not really. I shouldn't be. Well, vaguely a bit lost. Yes. I'm not entirely sure of the way back. I was in a trance. I need to get back to the stables before the owners think I've stolen this horse," she bumbled awkwardly, starting to walk Painter away, still feeling a strong urge to flee the scene, but leaving in the opposite direction to her destination. "Wait," he said. "Let me walk you to the edge of the woods. You'll see the clock tower from there." "The clock tower? Thank you. Oh, those woods. Yes, I remember now," Tia said, disingenuously attempting to salvage her dignity from her encounter with the handsome young plantsman. "Do you think the horse would mind if I nipped up on his back behind you? I can hold on to you to stop myself from falling off," he said boldly. Tia shot him a puzzled glance. She thought he was serious. He grinned. Was he flirting with her? Now beginning to feel more at ease, she giggled. He was funny. She was intrigued. Relieved, Tia nodded, grateful for the stranger's offer. "Thank you. That would be wonderful," she said, unknowingly inviting him to continue flirting. "I mean, thank you for your offer of showing me where to go. Not, "Oh, that's rather disappointing," he joked, as if thwarted, but with a mischievous half grin. She smiled at his quick-wittedness. They had arrived at the edge of the woods in a few minutes. Tia found herself wishing that the clock tower was more easily seen from several other fields away, to give her more time with this delightfully engaging stranger. "Do you live near here?" she asked. "Oh no, totally wrong question. He's now going to think that I'm interested in him," she said in silent reproach. "Not too far." Now it appeared to be him who appeared mildly pressured. He changed the subject to suitably neutral, unambiguous conversation. "Another couple of days and I will be finished out here." His remark disappointed her. She could not help but feel drawn to him. She wondered if he really could ride. That would be just perfect. She caught herself drifting off into one of her unlikely to ever happen daydreams again. They arrived at the edge of the woods. "There it is," he announced breezily. Tia was charmed by his kindness, and found herself wanting to know more about him. She smiled, feeling shy, but also excited at the possibility of seeing him again. "Thank you so much. You're a bacon saver," she said appreciatively. "The pleasure was all mine, dear stranger," he bantered, adding, "Perhaps I'll see you around here again." "Perhaps hiding in a different hedge," Tia jibed. It had felt like a very long 10 minutes since the hedge-clipping incident, and so much had happened. She had accrued an abundance of new daydreaming topics, enough for the next several weeks. Painter walked on towards the stables, his hoofs chiming on the old cobbled pathway under a row of tall beech trees, flicking and sparkling light, in waves on and off the track. The mysterious plantsman had fired up her curiosity, and her mind began buzzing excitedly with questions. When will I see him again? Will he make me laugh? She then began to question herself. Wait, what if he's married? Or if he's got unsavoury habits? Or he might just flirt with every girl he meets. What if his sunglasses were prescription and he's short-sighted and wouldn't like me when seeing me close up? She resolved to pull right back from daydreaming about him. She had come to Darleigh Dale Hall to work towards getting her career of equine rehabilitation underway. Nothing must sabotage that. Horse and rider were safely back at the stables in time for the morning coffee break. Christy, the head groom, had just made a pot of fresh percolated coffee. The hall had sent along some very classy biscuits and a fruit loaf with butter for the staff. Tia untacked Painter and turned him out into his paddock, next to the walled garden area of the hall. He scraped the ground, snorted loudly, lowered himself down, and rolled in slow motion, as if he had just gleefully sunk into a bubbling hot tub. He rolled on both sides before heaving himself up, then galloping off, whinnying as he looked for the herd. Tia brought the saddle and bridle into the tack room, picked up a bottle of spray saddle soap, and rinsed out a sponge. She now had time to relax and take in the sights of her workplace. The large red brick clay-tiled Victorian stable block was a masterpiece of architectural grandeur, a testament to the opulence and attention to detail of the Victorian era. The surfaces of the external walls had been weathered by time, giving the stable block a sense of history and character. A pair of magnificent oval-shaped lime trees with bright green buds preparing to reveal a shimmering summer foliage stood majestically on the grass in front of the large pair of white wooden entrance doors to the building. The lime trees were large enough to have been planted at the same time as the stable block, and added a befitting touch of naturally sophisticated charm to the elegant structure. A series of similarly styled brick barns and coach houses flanked the stables, leaving the southern aspect open to a fenced parkland vista. Pots and hanging baskets of flowering bulbs had been placed at each door. Approached from a concealed entrance of a low-branched woodland avenue, it was a breathtaking oasis of equestrian splendour to all who approached it without knowing it was there. The interior exuded a sense of order and functionality. There were 10 internal loose boxes under a vaulted wood-beamed ceiling. Highly polished brass nameplates adorned each loose box door, proudly displaying the name of each horse. There was a large tack room, wash bay, feed store, and staff room with staff accommodation above, which was accessed by a rustic wooden staircase from within the building. Each loose box was made of rich, varnished half-pine panelling with curved metal black painted railings above, showcasing the fine craftsmanship of the era. A wooden panelled window opened at the back of each stable for the horses to look out of. The air was filled with the sweet, richly aromatic blend of hay and fresh golden straw bedding. The original opaque glass globed gaslight lanterns hung from the ceiling. It had clearly been designed to prioritise comfort for the horses and those who worked with them. Tia was thoroughly enchanted by the stables and its courtyard. She sensed that it was a calm and cosy sanctuary for both horse and rider. No expense had been spared, yet it had retained a great many original features, reflecting hundreds of years of traditional horsemanship, in an era when horses were respected and rewarded for the service that they willingly contributed to country living. Christy, this saddlecloth needs to go in the wash. What do I do with it, and where can I find a replacement? Tia called. You can take it to the washing machine through those doors there, then go through the door on your right when you get in there. The key's already in the door. you will find the stock of fresh saddlecloths through the door on the left, with the rugs that are airing in there. Choose from any on the lower shelves. The Sunday best are kept on the top shelf. Tia's awe turned to feelings of profound joy when she opened the locked door and saw a full-sized mechanical horse simulator with screens and a window in front of it framing the rolly, grassing hills of the estate. She gasped. Would she be allowed to ride on it and dream about jumping a famous eventing horse? To her, this was undoubtedly the absolute best work experience job in the whole world. She wondered what other equipment they had in this sensational facility. The sight triggered dreams about how she would set up her equine rehabilitation centre in a place just like that blessed stable block, and how very happy the horses would be there. She would tend to their every need. She would have a special paddock of 30 acres that retired horses could come to live out their days in. There would be a couple of matching doddery old ponies free-ranging in the yard, enjoying the warmth of the sunshine as it flitted through the cool shade of the lime tree leaves. 3 geese would patrol the property as security guards and squawk loudly as they ambushed any potentially hostile suspects entering their territory. A matching pair of Springer Spaniels, constantly by her side, would tease them by chasing them, on occasion reminding them of who was really in charge. The bravest of the geese would turn round and launch at them in protest. Tia placed the saddlecloth in the linen-sided washing container next to the washing machine and walked into the rug room. It smelled of a fresh spring morning in there, with sticks in a bottle of scented fluid placed on the windowsill of a window that was slightly ajar. She walked over and selected a navy blue padded saddlecloth from the shelf. Every saddlecloth she picked had a sponsor's name embroidered on it. She hugged it as she carried it to the tack room to place it under the newly cleaned saddle, which was now carefully stored on a padded rack. Her early morning duties complete, she sat down at the table in the staff room. Every wall had rosettes pinned closely together on them. There must have been 400, with 50 trophies, varying in size and shape, arranged neatly on a shelf high up over the window. Each trophy had a framed photograph beside it, as evidence of when and where and to whom it could be attributed. She exhaled deeply, sighing admiringly at how many wonderful achievements this horsey family had accumulated over the years. To her, each rosette and trophy represented a wondrous day out, precisely the type of days which she felt she had been so sorely deprived of as a horse-mad child living in an urban city without horses. A kindly aunt had taken her to the suburbs to show her a riding school from outside its perimeter fence, but she did not get the opportunity to ride there. It was merely a misguided gesture that made her long for a ride on the horses even more. She resolved to look forwards from now on and appreciate each promising, delightfully horse-filled day, now that she had set her sights firmly on working with needy horses in the future. She was on the next rung of the ladder to her dream coming true. 3 days of studying equine rehabilitation techniques at college and 2 at Darleigh Dale Hall, putting the theory into practice. A further full day and an evening each week working at a local restaurant completed her week. She needed all the extra funds that she could get to put towards driving lessons, a car, and therapy equipment for when the time came for her to work as a veterinary physiotherapist full-time. She felt perfectly positioned to succeed. In that moment, her life finally felt entirely favourable. Lula the lurcher, whose sole ambition in life appeared to be the seeking of a cosy bed to sleep for the day, preferably after the wood burner had got going, was fully panned out, nose to tail tip on one of 3 old sofas from the house that had seen better days, but which still had much more serviceable life ahead of them in the staff room. The fabric did not match, but the high quality was evident. They had been dutifully relegated to the staff room to serve the next era of appreciative resting bodies. Christie leant over to the biscuits on the coffee table, just out of reach of the opportunist Lula. Dipping a biscuit in her mug of freshly brewed coffee and crossing her elegant legs elegantly, Christie eyed the clock as if to ensure that she would be up and moving around for the late morning tasks. She was a tall, refined, knowledgeable, accomplished horsewoman of many years' standing that exuded an air of having perfect equitation skills with every move she made. She was the archetypal, poised, naturally sophisticated, athletic type that Tia had always dreamed of aspiring to. Tia was naturally pretty, with a mix of Italian and Caribbean ancestry, with perfect white teeth, dimples when she smiled, large round brown eyes, and long, thick, dark brown hair. Only the lightest covering of makeup was sufficient to accentuate her natural beauty. She always ensured that she was well presented and groomed, whatever the occasion. Her Italian grandmother would tell her that opportunity worked without clocks and could drop in front of her at any moment in the day, so she must always dress and behave in readiness for it, with a veneer of meticulous manners and dress. "How did you get on with Painter? Was he well behaved?" said Christie. "Well, yes, he was mostly the perfect gent, sort of, but he spooked at some chap in a hedge, noisily clipping at it," Tia said, stopping herself from providing any further detail in case she gave Christie the impression that she could not ride well enough, which could risk loss of her placement there. "Some chap?" inquired Christie casually, turning her head away with a wry smile. Tia did not know Christie well enough to interpret the feigned curiosity or her wry smile. Christie must know exactly who he was and what he was doing there, but, irritatingly, she provided no additional information. "Busy day tomorrow," Christie announced. "We're expecting a delivery of hay, and the farrier will be here at the same time. 2 of the horses need to be prepared for a show on Sunday, and 2 need to be worked. Mucking out and filling hay nets, making feeds up as usual, will need to be fitted in. I see water trough cleaning in Crooked Elm Meadow, next to the North Lodge, is also on the chart." Christie groaned after each sentence, as if to object to being under pressure. Tia, in contrast, could hardly wait for the next day. Chapter 2. Connection. Tying the top lace on each field boot, Tia made her way to the Crooked Elm Meadow water trough, with a bucket containing a scrubbing brush and car sponge swinging alongside her. She was wearing only a minimal amount of mascara and slightly tinted lipstick, which hinted at accentuation. She tied her hair in a mid-height ponytail and placed her waterproof waxed country hat over it, having checked the clouds for signs of greyness. She welcomed the opportunity to tackle the trough cleaning task. It would give her a chance to view the hall from an excellent vantage point towards the top of the hill. The paddock had not been used by the horses since the previous year. There were algae and bird droppings in the opaque, still water. She had meant to bring some baler twine to fasten the ballcock to the feed pipe to stop it from refilling when she was emptying it out, but had forgotten. "Always keep a length of baler twine in your pocket," she recalled an elderly horse dealer saying to her at a horse show, using a piece to secure the central partition of his horse trailer. What could she use instead? It had to be secured. "Ah, perfect," she said, taking off her hat to use the chin cord that secured it to her head in windy weather. She accessed and exposed the ballcock under the galvanized tin plate that covered it. Before she got started, she sat on the side of the trough to enjoy the magnificent view of the hall towering above the walled garden and the specimen trees that provided a parkland setting for the paddock. She counted the windows and estimated that it had at least 10 bedrooms, a large fitted kitchen, a pantry, boot, music, dining, snug, and 2 formal reception rooms downstairs. It was even big enough to have a ballroom too. The horses had thick canopies of a variety of healthy trees to shade under, and they could stand against the stone wall to block most of the rain off them. The hall was Georgian-style architecture, with pink and purple rhododendrons flanking the east wall. A manicured blue lilac wisteria framed the east doorway to the walled garden. This was a lush spring day in its full blinging glory. She could hear a cockerel crowing at his harem, and imagined herself waking up early on a quiet Sunday morning, wandering with her coffee into the east garden in her bathrobe. The morning sunshine would softly reach in and out of the arbour and around the spring flowers that welcomed the warmth by opening their petals. She dreamed she would sit under the arbour in her slippers and look for signs of rosebuds ready to soon bloom as she enjoyed her freshly roasted coffee. Deep red and pink waxy tulips would be thrusting in full regalia out of rustic Italian pots. She would then return inside to get dressed to feed the needy horses she had taken in to rehabilitate. Her husband would be preparing breakfast for serving in the South Orangery. Just the two of them, with the spaniels resting quietly under the table at her feet. How could life possibly get any better than that? She daydreamed. Horses and ponies had been the love of her life since she encountered a pony in a petting farm at the age of 3. She yearned to ride with all her heart, but only ever got the opportunity on rare days out at the seaside on the beach donkeys. Her family could not afford the luxury of owning animals. Instead, she would collect pictures of horses and make scrapbooks with them and request only riding books for birthday and Christmas gifts. She would visit the local bookshop and browse anything equestrian, carefully choosing the best of those titles that she could list as gifts. Then return them to the shelf, hoping that they would still be there when it was time to acquire them. She had bought inexpensive horse equipment such as a lead rope and halter and a grooming kit to use them as props while dreaming about owning a real horse one day. She had even acquired an old velvet riding hat with an elastic band for a chin strap. She had no interest in the latest fashions or dating, just caring for horses. Her ambition was to rescue and rehabilitate as many as she could, to show them compassion and understanding wherever she found it to be lacking. She looked down at her newly cleaned boots and noticed a clump of mud on the side of one heel. She began to slide the edge of that heel along the thick wet grass to clean it off. As she did so, she heard the crackling, snapping sound of brittle bramble branches close by. Startled, she had been in mid-heel slide when she fell backwards into the water trough, wedging the back of her knees and ribs under the edges as her behind plopped partially submerged into the water. She was stuck and could not have got out without wriggling and wrestling, no doubt sinking even further into the trough. She caught hold of the ballcock and pulled with one hand. It broke off, shooting a jet of water at her face, wetting her hair and softening her mascara so that it streaked down below her eyeline. "Oh, dear God, no, not again," came a familiar, well-spoken voice from the hedgerow. "Look, I'm truly so very sorry. This is extraordinarily bad luck," the plantsman exclaimed, with a mixture of concern and amusement on his face, and flashing a quick smile at her predicament, but clearly far too much of a gentleman to lose his composure and laugh out loud. "I came up to clean the trough," Tia mumbled, the whites of her eyes appearing as she felt the cold water seeping through the sides of her waterproof jacket and into the waistband of her breeches. "Really? I mean, you didn't need to get in it to do that," he said, extending a hand to help her out of the trough. No, I didn't. Tia was getting progressively more irritated. Forgive me. Let me get you out of there, he said, taking her hand. She squinted at him through dampened eyelashes. He had his sunglasses on again. My apologies. How do you do? He said, while grasping her hand as if it were a commonplace opportunity to shake hands. Tia reluctantly accepted his assistance, but his grip was too strong to let go of, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. How do you do? She heaved, as her knees and ribs were freed from the abyss of the captive trough. In an instant he had her out. It's lucky I'm not superstitious, she remarked, or I would insist on avoiding you at all costs. Which had been her plan since yesterday's encounter. He chuckled, his laughter warm and infectious. Not at all. My name's Anton, by the way. I'm sorry for the unexpected introductions, I mean. Tia managed a smile, the flicker of annoyance replaced by a newfound curiosity. Nice to meet you, Anton. I'm the new girl, Tia. I'm on work experience at the Hall stables. I know, he said quietly. Allow me to take you back on my quad bike. You can dry your clothes in the laundry room tumble dryer. We've got a robe and slippers in there for anyone that gets drenched at work. I insist. Tia hesitated for a moment, contemplating his offer. How would he know that yesterday was her first day? She thought. Perhaps he had heard it from someone else while spreading the tale of her amusingly unfortunate encounter with her the day before. If she was not already the butt of village jokes, she surely would be now, after Troughgate. Oh, that'll be the calamitous young groom on work experience, new to these parts, she imagined. The misadventure had already disrupted her plans, although the thought of a quad bike ride provided a delightfully unexpected twist in an already eventful day. Okay, lead the way, Anton. Anton guided Tia to the quad bike parked nearby. She climbed onto the back seat. It was her first time riding a quad bike. She did not know where to put her hands, on the bars at the back of the seat or around his waist. She settled for the bars at the back of the seat in her quest to detach from him as best she could. As the bike shuddered into gear from a standstill, she reflexively yelped and flung her arms around his waist and buried her head in his shoulder. Hang on to your hat, we're off, Anton declared as the bike set off downhill. Arriving at the stables, Tia dismounted the quad bike, her heart pounding with a mix of exhilaration and gratitude. A horse simulator and a quad bike on site. She dreamed of getting to use both of them one day soon. Thank you very much, Anton. It was lovely to meet you. The pleasure was all mine. I mean, it had to be. It certainly could not have been any pleasure for you. With a final wave, Anton zoomed off into the distance, leaving Tia with a sense of excitement and anticipation for the next eventful chapter of her work experience, despite the embarrassing encounters. Crikey, what happened to you? Shrieked Christy as Tia made her way through the stables into the laundry room with wet hair, smeared mascara, and wet breeches at the back. Oh, I got very wet cleaning the trough. The ballcock fixing came off in my hand and sprayed my face and hair. I'll go back there shortly and finish the job. Huh? Christy said. Really? There's no need. I'll get Handy Harry to nip up and repair it. Take your wet clothes off, put them in the tumble dryer. There's a robe behind the door and some slippers. Sit in the staff room when you're ready, and I'll make you a hot cuppa. Wrap yourself up in a blanket if you like. No one will disturb you in there. The farrier's just arrived. I've got to go. Tia went straight to the laundry room, reluctant to stay around and provide too much information for Christy to judge her on. She wanted to get back to the trough as quickly as she could to complete her task as if nothing had happened. Christie returned to the yard to bring a coffee to the farrier and hold a young horse for him. When the trough was clean and had been refilled by Handy Harry after repairing it, Tia returned to the yard to wash the manes and tails of 2 young horses. Getting a good look at Darleigh Dale Hall would have to be postponed until another day. Christie was too busy with the farrier to answer Tia's questions about who would be riding the horses at the show and which show they were going to. That would have to be postponed too. She combed through the horses' tails and applied brightly coloured bandages to each. This would keep them flat and orderly for the show while they dried. She plaited their manes while slightly damp and stitched them together neatly. She was confident that these would meet with approval from whomever was riding them the next day. Overall, Tia was very pleased with her work placement, despite the mishaps. Apart from the close encounters of an extraordinary kind, her first 2 days at work had been productive. She was looking forward to learning more about training the horses from the ground and being part of their athletic conditioning and development. She had covered that module in college and was keen to apply the manual techniques she had learned so as to improve the horse's overall performance. She was excelling at college. She worked the longest and hardest of all the students in the group, eagerly absorbing and applying every last detail of her learning so that she could help as many horses as she could in the future in her very own rehabilitation yard. She was driven to succeed because success meant more horses being helped. As Tia entered her humble home, the contrast between the opulent stables she had just left and her family's modest living conditions struck her with feelings of melancholy and disappointment. The worn-out furniture, dull old curtains, with the faint scent of hardship filling the air. She greeted her parents with a forced smile. They had been worn down by the challenges of everyday life, working tirelessly to make ends meet. Her younger siblings paid little attention to her passion. To them all, horses were nothing more than a luxury, a fanciful pastime the family could not afford to indulge in. She had learned to keep her dreams and desires tucked away, concealed beneath the surface of daily living that weighed heavily on her shoulders. She often found solace in her own world, the soft nuzzles of her equine companions, the warm, musky, grass-scented breath on her face, and the melody of their hoofbeats resonated deep within her. They had become her sanctuary, her refuge from the complexities of the world. She could not remember a time when she was indifferent to them. She revelled in their grace, their unwavering loyalty, and the inexplicable sensitivity and understanding they seemed to all possess. Through them, she discovered a strength within herself. In their presence, she felt a sense of liberation, a freedom from the constraints and expectations. While her family failed to comprehend her unwavering dedication to horses, Tia knew in her heart that this connection was her true calling. It was a relentless pursuit of something much greater than herself which strongly compelled her to keep following it. As she settled into her modest bedroom that night, surrounded by faded posters of horses, she tried to recall what originally triggered her passion. Where had it all begun? Her earliest memory of connecting with horses was a children's television series about a girl who rescued horses and kept them on her father's 100-acre farm. She had adventures with her friends every week which focused on saving a different horse in some exciting way. The infant Tia would be transfixed by how these horses were protected and nurtured by the lead character. Now she was much older, she was playing the part in her own equestrian drama. The memory of Painter's misunderstanding with a crackling hedge and Anton's gentlemanly assistance replayed over and over in her mind. She had been so gloriously fascinated by the experiences that it sent her sound asleep. Chapter 3. Confusion. Following a weekend at home, working on Saturday in the restaurant, and 3 consecutive days in college, Tia arrived at Darleigh Dale Hall on the Country Line bus service. The early morning sun was painting the sky in soft tones of pink and orange as she got off the bus outside the tall stone pillars suspending the grand metal gates of Darleigh Dale Hall. The climbing clematis plant dotted its pink blooms along the wall beside the gate. The morning breeze was crisp and filled with the scent of freshly cut grass, ready to complement the day's outdoor activities. She was keen to find out how the young horses had got on at the show over the weekend. As she went about her duties, feeding the horses and mucking out stables, the other grooms, George and Maisie, were orbiting back and forth. With each swish of the yard brush and drips of the soaked hay being hauled from the water tank, she heard extracts of hushed conversations. "I often wondered what happened to that foal," George said, hauling a dripping hay net out of the tank. Handy Harry told me he remembered how she moved around the field, floating, elevated, with the ease of a swan speeding in to land on the surface of a lake. She had even jumped the fence into the next field to visit other foals, and jumped back into her foster mother when she tired of playing with them, George said. Christy said she heard it was a very sad day when she disappeared. The family felt sure they would get her back, but to this day she still can't be found, even with a hefty reward, agreed the deeply concerned Maisie as she poked in a corner with the broom to get the last blades of hay and straw out of them. George continued as quietly as he could. There are no more progeny of that talented mare. The foal was the last of them. Now she's gone. It's heartbreaking. You wouldn't wish it on your worst enemy, even if you didn't like the family and what they stand for. You wouldn't take a helpless animal away from its home after losing its mother. The story continued. This foal and her mother were truly special to the family. The foal had been instrumental in motivating the eldest son back to health when he was gravely ill as a young teen. He was not expected to live, but pulled through with his love for the foal. A talented, fearless young rider before suddenly falling ill, he had adored the foal's mother and had an exceptionally special bond with her. She would jump anything, sailing over with ease at any obstacle she was pointed at. Tragically, she had died during foaling, leaving the family to find a foster mare. The theft had occurred when the family were making a hospital visit. The crime had left behind a trail of unanswered questions that intrigued the young staff members. I mean, why would anyone be so heartless to steal such a treasured family horse? And so young too, Maisie said. Tia wondered how the child had coped with the loss as he grew up. George and Maisie continued. The only identifying mark that the foal had was an unusually shaped scar on the underside of her chest. There were no other identifying marks on her coat whatsoever, as she was jet black. The scar was the shape of a bow tie and was thought to be caused by a nip from her mother, requiring veterinary attention. Tia felt deeply saddened by what she had heard. She hoped that this valuable young foal would be loved and cherished by new owners, and wondered where she could be now. Probably far, far away, as she was so valuable. She, too, wondered how anyone could steal a foal from a family with a gravely ill child. The conversation between George and Maisie moved on to what happened at the show the previous weekend. Painter and his companion had jumped double clear. Tia was delighted to hear that. She wondered if it were her favourite gentle massage techniques that she had applied to them during their mane and tail wash. She began to feel part of the Darleigh Dale team and wondered how soon those two talented young horses would be adding to the trophy collection. She dreamed of applying even more effective techniques that would result in them winning trophies for England one day. The dream included riding them to victory herself. How she loved to dream about horses. It made her life so vibrant and full of endless possibilities, created only in her extensive imagination. One day soon, she would be able to afford to buy a horse for herself to care for and train. Having completed the morning's tasks in good time, she sank into one of the staff room sofas with Lula the lurcher stretching further to claim more real estate for herself just before Tia sat down. "Are you sure you're completely comfortable, Lula? Can I get you another cushion?" Tia leaned across to her coffee mug and noticed that the hall hospitality offering for today was a tray of white chocolate and pear muffins. Christy breezed into the room. "Help yourself to a muffin, Tia. Don't be shy. They will soon disappear when the others start drifting in and out," she said, pouring a mug of coffee and taking a front row seat next to the muffins. "Anton will be here shortly to ride," she announced. "He's got a jumping lesson with Ferdy Schneider." Gulping her mouthful of coffee, Tia inquired hurriedly, "Oh, he rides?" "Yes, and as good as he looks, I might add," said Christy, raising an eyebrow and pursing her lips to emphasize her admiration of him. Tia smirked, unsure of what calamitous event could possibly befall her today, now that he would be around her once again. "He's bringing his horse here for a lesson?" Tia inquired casually, so as not to show her interest in the plantsman. "The horse is already here. It's Painter, the Appaloosa that you rode around the estate last week. That's his stable name. His show name is D.D. Da Vinci," prompted Christy. Tia did not need any further prompting. That memorable occasion with Anton the hedge dragon had almost resulted in her breaking a leg. She said nothing and acted disinterested. She was feeling astonished that Anton was actually a rider, and allegedly a remarkable one at that. She had resolved not to daydream about him unless he had proved himself worthy of her attention and made great efforts to do so. Also, her worldly wise Italian grandmother had warned her, "You'll only build your hopes up and get hurt when you see him flirting with other women. He must stand the test of time with you and make you, and only you, feel special. If he genuinely likes you, and only you, he will watch his manners, so as not to risk upsetting you and losing you. Actions count, not words." Now that was a very difficult call to Tia. She would sit back and observe for a while, focus on her career, the reason she was at Darleigh Dale Hall. She needed to quieten her enthusiasm for attention from him. She needed to stop any urge to chase him, because he was clearly out of her romantic age range. She was just 17, and he was a mature 20-something. A relationship was out of the question. With his dashing good looks, it was not remotely plausible that he could be single, and if he were, he would be looking out for the cream of the crop, with the perfect figure, with class and grace, just like Christy, not the clown that she had so far proven to be, twice in quick succession. She sighed and got back to work. Next task, dung removal from the paddocks surrounding the sand arena. She would not look at Anton riding. She would absolutely not. He was to be ignored. For now, she hoped he would be kind to Painter when riding him. Painter was, after all, a horse that needed protecting, as he had now passed into her inner circle since she had ridden and bonded with him. She had been cradling her coffee mug in both hands, peering into it, blowing at it to cool the contents. She heard the bold steps of leather boots as the wearer approached the door and opened it purposefully. More steps. Lula the lurcher lifted her head nonchalantly, sniffed the air, and laid it back down again, pushing her hind feet against Tia's thigh, trying to claim even more room for herself on the sofa. Tia froze. Was it Ferdy or Anton? The subtle creak of the boots mingled with the rustle of the wearer's movements, a symphony of sound that seemed to announce the arrival. The rhythmic tapping of the soles against the tiled floor sent vibrations reverberating through the room, as if the very ground greeted the wearer. Tia's gaze shifted from above her coffee mug towards the floor, the sound of the boots now silenced directly in front of her. Her chest tightened as she realized it was Anton, his long black leather riding boots gleaming. He was wearing a different set of sunglasses than previously. These wrapped around his eyes more, making it difficult to have any chance of seeing them. He was wearing black breeches and matching long-sleeved black cotton polo neck jersey. He held his riding helmet in one hand at his side. "Hello, Tia," Anton greeted her purposely, the room filling with an energy that Tia sensed as a crackling in the air like a wood burner on full burn. "Nice day for a drama, would you agree?" he quipped, referring to their previous encounters. He appeared to have attempted to lighten the atmosphere. Instead, Tia could not help but feel a surge of unease pitted from within her stomach. As Anton stood before a physically and psychologically uncomfortable Tia, she was perching on the edge of the sofa, which by now Lula the lurcher had fully claimed the area all along the back for herself. A small smile was playing on his lips, unsure of what to say next and waiting for a reaction from his remark about the drama. "I hope not. I've got a lot to do today. My goal is uninterrupted productivity," she declared with a nervous smile. This occasion was different than before. She felt confronted by his presence. She was feeling hypersensitive and her heart was pounding. A car pulled up outside, and soon Ferdy had entered the room, he too in long black leather boots, pounding the wooden floor with purpose. "Tia, may I introduce you to my riding instructor, Mr. Ferdinand Schneider. Everyone calls him Ferdy. You may have already heard of him. He's an Olympic gold medalist. He won team and individual gold medals for show jumping almost 20 years ago. He is trying his best to teach me how to jump. Whether he'll succeed or not remains to be seen. Ferdy, this is Tia. She is assisting us with the horses. She rode Dave last week." Tia hoped his good manners would stretch to not mentioning the incident with the secateurs. He mercifully did not divulge on this occasion. "Hello, Ferdy," said Tia quietly. "Is Dave a keen jumper?" What else could she say under the circumstances? "He can certainly turn on a sixpence," sniggered Anton. "Oh no, just don't go there," Tia silently begged, returning her gaze down into her cradled coffee mug, hoping to hide her blush. Anton beckoned Ferdy to follow him outside to prepare for his riding session. "Have fun," said Tia. "Fun? I suppose it's my turn to make a spectacle of myself on Dave today," said Anton with that unique smile, and his voice filling with a playful edge. Tia could now see most of his perfectly aligned teeth, but was less impressed with what he had said about her making a spectacle of herself with Painter the day she first met him. Her eyes widened as Anton turned to leave the room. She began to analyze the conversation in great depth, but was distracted by Christy entering the room. "Hi, Aunt. I'll make Ferdy a coffee," she announced. "Thank you, Christy. Will you marry me?" Anton asked. "I'd love to," Christy said, emphasizing the word love. "I'm not free in June, but any time after that will work for me," Anton said with a grin, looking towards Tia. Tia's fingers tightened around the coffee mug, as if it provided a shield from the unease A primal scream echoed within her, reverberating through her bones as she realized the unexpectedness of this encounter. She was now witnessing the third act of the drama trilogy with Anton. She had just got more information about Anton, her dashingly good-looking plantsman. No, not at all her, better stated as thee in this situation, she considered. The encounter was different because she felt she was on her own territory, not outside in the open. It somehow felt more intrusive, more captive, more intimate. Tia quickly retreated to the paddock to clear droppings and have a good, long think. This time she was not indulging in dreams. She felt hurt and confused, even though she had little justification for feeling that way. She and Anton had met just 3 times of a total of no more than 30 minutes, and here she was, getting upset about the deep meaning she was attributing to his small talk. She must stop thinking like this. She had not even seen him without his dark glasses. She simply had to rise above all this schoolgirl crush nonsense. As she gripped and picked up the wheelbarrow handles and a scoop near the muck heap, she could not help but glance in Anton's direction. He was already on board Painter and confidently riding around, while Ferdy was building the jumps. A small cross-pole, presumably for the warm-up, a wide oxer 1 metre high, and an enormous wooden 5-bar gate between 2 jump wings. He had also opened up the jumping lane with a technical grid assembled within it. Tia hurried up the field to do her thinking as she worked. She tried very hard not to look in the direction of the sand arena, or at least not to be caught looking in that direction. She headed off to the furthest point in the field away from the sand arena. Had she made up this wretched drama? Was he just polite and superciliously flirty to every girl he met? Why had he said he was learning to jump, but was having big high fences put up for him? Why was he riding Painter? Were the family so generous to provide him with a quality young horse to learn to jump on? Was he employed to exercise the horses? By the time she had reached the far end of the field, she glanced surreptitiously across to the sand arena where Anton was working in canter. He was clearly much more experienced than she had assumed, and he had led her to believe. Over the cross-pole, then the metre-high oxer several times, changing canter leads here and there, on demand. Why was he untruthful about his riding skill? What difference would it make? Why had he been so flippant with his fake marriage proposal to Christie? Was she his girlfriend? All these thoughts had to stop immediately. She did not want to feel this way. She wanted to learn. She wanted a future helping horses. She checked to make sure that Anton was riding Painter without hurting or coercing him. The scene could not have been more harmonious. Perfect timing, perfect balance from both horse and rider. They glided confidently over each jump and on around the arena with ease, Painter appearing more than willing to receive Anton's every directive. It was certainly a better impression than she had given the day she had to scramble to get back in the saddle again after almost falling off. That surely would not have been very comfortable for poor Painter. She had been full of hope and aspiration this morning getting off the bus. Now, nearing the end of that morning, she would return home feeling deflated. Why had someone so cruelly taken a foal away from the family? What was this brilliantly engaging young man all about? Why did he always wear dark glasses? She made sure to keep busy all afternoon. The sky was becoming grey as she got on the bus for home. Tomorrow was another day at the hall. She would shake herself out of this absurd melodrama that was unfolding entirely inside her own head and not be drawn into it. No more distracting thoughts about Anton, she promised herself. He could never, ever be more important than helping horses, no matter how perfect he might appear to be. He was, after all, surely much too old to begin a close relationship with her. Tia could almost now afford her own horse, albeit a very inexpensive one. She nevertheless felt confident that over time she could make any horse the absolute best it could be, regardless of the price paid or the starting point. A project horse was exactly what she needed at that point in time, to be a case study for future coursework and a life partner, a comrade for when life got tough. She would soon be working with horses full-time, with much more income to ensure that she could meet the horse's every need. She did not mind if it was broken, she'd soon put it back together again. That night, as she dropped off to sleep, she dreamed of her perfect rescue horse. Anton could banter and flirt to his heart's content. She would not take him seriously. She would treat him like an acquaintance and tolerate any nuisance chatter from him. Chapter 4. Watching. The following week, Christy asked Tia if she would like to jump painter in a local jumping event during her working hours the following day, as neither George nor Maisie were going to be around on that day. As a young horse, he needed more experience of jumping away from home at competitions, so a local show would be another ideal opportunity. "Yes, please, Christy," Tia exclaimed in disbelief. "It would be an honour and an absolute pleasure now that I've seen him perform with Anton. Could I have a sit on him today for a quick practice?" she enthused. "Of course you can. We would only have to lower the jumps that Anton had set up for him yesterday. You can have a go down the jumping lane to get your confidence. Painter has never stopped at any jump." Tia could hardly believe her luck in securing this work experience placement. She gave Painter extra attention as she groomed him, ready for her ride on him. She applied additional techniques to help him feel good for their jumping practice. Her determination burned brightly. She was eager to showcase her equitation skills. She led Painter to the sand arena. She would imagine that he was her own horse and that they had qualified for the prestigious Royal Oakfield Show Jumping Festival, putting the final practice in for the show jumping competition. She would be competing against the highest ranking show jumpers in the world for £100,000 prize money to set up her own equine rehabilitation centre, having already inherited a small holding from an uncle she never knew she had. She put her foot in the stirrup and sprung up from the top step of the mounting block. She knew Painter could clear the jumps with ease, but she needed to be sure that she could match his ability, as she had only ridden him in walk around the estate. "Just walk him around for a few minutes to warm him up and let him see the jumps," directed Christy. "Then start with the cross pole to get a feel for his jumping action." As Tia moved into trot, she felt a surge of power from Painter. His ears pricked up and his pace elevated as he looked at each jump when passing them. "Oh, you good boy!" exclaimed Tia encouragingly. "You're the most amazing horse in the whole wide world, and we're going to win at Royal Oakfield this week," she said out of Christy's earshot as she cleared the cross pole, which was a mere 50 centimetres high at its lowest point in the middle. Painter came in to jump the cross pole fence another couple of times. Then Christy directed Tia to jump the cross pole again and go on to the 80 centimetre straight bar fence next. Painter cleared that with ease. "Good boy," Tia said, slowing to rest. "Who's been training this horse? He's so smooth," Tia asked, thinking it had been Ferdy himself, with Christy maintaining him between sessions with Ferdy. "Just Anton," replied Christy. Tia was very pleasantly surprised. "Oh, he's done an amazing job with such a young horse. Is he well bred?" she asked. "Anton or Painter?" "Ha!" Christy said, laughing. "Well, Painter, of course," Tia said. After another couple of repetitions of the cross pole and upright, they went on to jump a low oxer so that Tia could practice steering Painter. They had another short break, with Painter chilling as he walked on a long loose rein, stretching his neck towards the ground. I'm in love, said Tia. I think you're about ready for the jumping lane, suggested Christie. There is nothing in there higher than 75 centimetres now. Painter will step over those. Tia picked up the reins, preparing to trot. She would canter into the jumping lane to give Painter the opportunity to jump with more impulsion so that he could comfortably clear each of the 6 fences in there. Okay, I'm going now, Tia said bravely. She had experience with jumping at this height, but had never had the opportunity to jump through an enclosed lane with the jumps scarily fenced either side of them, leaving nowhere for the horse to run out. She imagined that the jumping lane was the final element in the jump-off at Royal Oakfield, and that Painter had qualified with ease. He would of course have no problem with this, and would fly with powerful grace through the complex technical grid to take first place and secure the future of Tia's dream job with horses. Turning into the jumping lane, she felt a surge of exhilaration, her trust in Painter strengthening with every stride. Painter responded to Tia's steering cues effortlessly. An opening and light squeeze of her reins were all that she needed to let him know that this time they were heading for the jumping lane. Painter had been waiting for this and needed almost no encouragement when his turn came. So far they moved synchronously like 2 graceful, accomplished dancing partners with purpose and precision, Painter surging forwards with enthusiasm. He was now in full control and needed no steering. All Tia had to do was focus on moving with him right to the end and out the other side. As they approached the first fence, Tia's focus sharpened, her body instinctively adjusting to Painter's rhythm. With a forceful burst of power from Painter that was needed to clear the 6 obstacles, they soared over the first element, much higher than was required to clear it. He was so obviously having horsey fun with this. With no time to savour the feeling, Tia's eyes scanned ahead for the next jump and to estimate the striding that Painter would take in between the first and second elements. Painter glided over the fences as if their connection was unbreakable. Tia's confidence escalated higher than ever before as she felt the chill of adrenaline pass through her veins. With each successful jump, she felt a surge of euphoria. The obstacles became mere stepping stones, conquered with finesse and skill. She could feel the power of Painter's muscle action and the instantaneous adjustment of his balance as he landed from each jump, ready to leap forward and upward to the next one. As they approached the final jump in the lane, still imagining she was competing at Royal Oakfield, with each jump, each stride, she forged a powerful bond with Painter. In that exhilarating moment, time seemed to stand still. Her focus narrowed, her mind attuned to Painter's movements. She imagined that he had completed the course in the fastest time. The echoes of her imagined triumph resonating within the arena, she could hear her audience applauding, and as she cantered past them, standing up from their seats in cheering admiration at the youngest ever rider to win such a prestigious class, she exhaled with deep joy. This work placement had been sent to her straight from heaven. She'd never ridden a horse quite like this before. Painter's athleticism and precision had been a profound awakening for her. "Do it again!" shouted Christie. "I think I prefer to quit while I'm ahead," said Tia, cantering past Christie. "I don't want anything bad to happen that would risk putting Painter off his jumping. He's so much better than I am. I don't want to risk unbalancing him. He's been absolutely super and deserves to relax as a reward." Painter's ears were pricked and ready to go again. His reward would have been to zip through the jumping lane once more. "I'm impressed," Christie enthused. Tia dismounted, a radiant smile etched on her face. She felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment, knowing that she and Painter had conquered the practice course with ease and precision. She had not, of course, won £100,000, but felt sure that the exhilaration of the experience would feel just the same as winning that much money at Royal Oakfield. Her confidence at an all-time high both for her riding and general well-being, warmly reassured her that she was very well prepared for the upcoming competition. Every day at Darleigh Dale Hall had been a blessing. After cooling down Painter with several minutes of walking on a loose rein beside her, she prepared to head back to the stables. As she led him back, she whispered words of encouragement to him. He was a star, and he would be absolutely foot perfect in the show, even though all he had to do was jump clear over a set of low jumps. They would conquer the upcoming show together and return with a rosette for the trophy wall. He would behave perfectly and would be cool and calm with the crowds from the moment he stepped off the horse box to the moment he got back on it again. Passing alongside the staff room window, Tia thought she saw someone darting away from the window and towards the door. The stable building was empty when she got back. Perhaps they had not left the staff room after all. Tia untacked Painter in his stable, placing the saddle and bridle over the door. She unfastened his boots, and he swung towards his hay net to tug a mouthful of hay out of it. As Tia heard the sound of the hay being ground rhythmically, a soothing melody that resonated with the tranquillity of the stable, she noticed his content expression, his ears flicking back and forth with each mouthful. She marvelled at his grace and poise, especially after showcasing his powerful athleticism over the jumps only a few minutes before that. The sound of his chewing harmonized with the rustling of straw in the background, creating a serene symphony, reminding Tia of how very special horses were, every single one of them special in their own individual way. She felt a strong connection with them, determined to one day teach the world how to help them when they were in pain, or, more importantly, prevent them from developing pain. The late morning sun cast a warm golden hue over the exquisite Victorian stable yard as Tia led Painter out of his stall, through the entrance door, and past the imposing pair of lime trees. With a gentle pat on his neck, she led him towards the paddock, their footsteps making the gravel softly crunch beneath their feet. His coat shimmered in the light, testament to his well-being and contentment after the rewarding exercise session they had just shared, ears flicking back and forth, attuned to the surrounding sounds and scents. Tia could feel his wellness with every step, flicker of an ear, and alertness in his eye, as if he were a celebration of equine health and well-being. As they turned the corner to the paddock gate, he whinnied to his friends in there. Unlatching and opening the gate, Painter walked calmly through it. She turned him towards the gate to close it and unbuckle his halter to turn him loose. Painter knew not to gallop off. Tia gave him a couple of mints from her pocket, and he crunched and swallowed them before turning around and respectfully walking calmly away for a couple of steps. He stopped to search for his friends who were grazing quietly in the distance, and instantly took off in gallop, whinnying to alert them that he would soon join them. She decided to watch them all for a moment or two to make sure none were lame if they were to start moving again with Painter approaching. The horses all looked up at the same time and excitedly took flight around the paddock to join Painter as the leader, slowing down to prance and snort as he changed direction before taking off again. She was utterly charmed by this display of agility and how they all moved together without making contact with each other. It was magic. She hoped that Painter knew how appreciative she was of him for the joy of jumping so magnificently and for keeping her safe over the jumps. It was in moments such as this that she understood the intense impact she could have on the well-being and happiness of every horse she encountered. She yearned to be able to give back to the horses that had given her so very much. After several minutes of watching the horses perform a wonderfully theatrical display of their athleticism, as if it were meticulously rehearsed, she gathered up the lead rope and halter neatly in her hands so she would not trip on them. She inhaled deeply, taking in all the available sensuous scents that the earth had unwrapped for her as she stood in that seemingly ordinary paddock. Painter turned to lead the herd back towards the gate, as if he sensed she had something to say to him. "Thank you so much for keeping me safe today, Painter. Love you," she called out to him with a big, bright smile. As she turned swiftly towards the gate, she gasped. Anton was casually leaning against the sturdy wooden gate and must have approached just after she had turned to watch the horses gallop. She was in too much of a dreamlike state to have noticed him approaching. His presence took her by complete surprise. He was smiling warmly. "Quick, get out of there. The young ones can be so clumsy in a tight herd. You might get hurt," he said, unlatching the gate. She looked behind her to see if the horses had changed direction, placing her hand on the gate to open it. Anton had already begun to open it. Tia had put her hand firmly on top of his. She gasped again, retracting her hand, blushing with embarrassment. "Thank you, Anton," she said quietly, embarrassed that he would have been sharing her deeply private moment with the horses. "I stayed back to watch them all move and make sure they weren't lame," she blurted out, hoping Anton would quickly forget about witnessing her epiphany. "I must get back or Christy will wonder where I've got to." She wanted to flee from the scene, but was relieved that Anton had averted a new spontaneous drama that he almost created, like he did just about every time they encountered each other. "Christy's in the staff room putting the kettle on and making lunch. She's got some homemade minestrone soup and freshly baked ciabatta," he told her, as if to preserve her dignity at being found talking loudly to a horse. How would he know that? She thought to herself. Unless he had been in there watching her jump, perhaps. Why had he gone to the paddock? She wondered, trying her hardest to suppress her intrigue by looking away. She could not read him because he was wearing sunglasses again. Anton straightened himself, pushing away from the gate and stepping closer to Tia. His voice, smooth and filled with genuine interest, broke the silence. "Would it be too forward of me to tell you that I think you ride with such grace and skill, and that you appear to have a captivatingly natural talent?" he said, his words laced with a touch of admiration. Captivating. Captivating in general, or captivating him? She could not help but wonder. She could feel her cheeks flushing even deeper as she found herself momentarily speechless. She took a deep breath, steadying herself, and managed to respond with a hint of shy gratitude. "Thank you, Anton. I doubt if I could ever ride Painter as competently as you did with Ferdy over those massive fences." A mixture of excitement and nervousness surged within her. She could not deny the magnetic pull between them, the undeniable chemistry, although she was acutely aware of their professional relationship and the potential complications that could arise. She was also acutely aware of the promise that she had made to herself to be cool around him. Anton took a step closer, his voice sincere, yet mixed with restraint. "Painter's not an easy young horse to ride. He's super sensitive. It was lovely to see you both connecting so well with each other." It was the first time she had taken what Anton had said as genuine. The tension that hung between them had uncontrollably returned. She did not know what to say. Today had been the first time anyone had shown any interest in her ability to ride. She looked into his sunglasses. Now they were a barrier that made her feel like she could at least say something genuine back to him. "I hope I can connect with him at the show tomorrow and show him at his best," she said, hopefully, yet feeling somewhat exposed. "Dave is a supremely talented youngster. It's like he's been and done it all before, but he is no match for a horse that I used to compete." "Oh, he will be in time, I'm sure," Tia pleaded. "He's got a massive heart, and he will be everything a rider could ever wish for one day. Anyway, I must get on. I've got a garden to smarten up for a party. Best of luck for tomorrow." "Thank you, Anton." Their encounter at the gate marked the beginning of a deeper connection, rooted in shared interests, mutual admiration, and the unspoken promise of what could potentially flourish between them. No, that's silly. He was only giving you a compliment about your riding, she rebuked. Take it at face value. Move on. He had hardly come to the paddock to find you. He must have been passing by the paddock on his way to some hedge or other, she reasoned. Wasn't he? As they both went in different directions along the pathway, Tia resolved to put that glorious puzzle away for snoozing over before sleeping that night. She had to get back to the stables for the afternoon duties, following a delicious soup and ciabatta lunch. The delights of working at Darleigh Dale Hall were like nothing she had ever experienced before. Chapter 5. Competing. Tia got off the earlier bus to get Painter ready for the show and loaded into the horse box for 9 o'clock. She had packed her Sunday best navy blue velvet helmet, soft supple black leather gloves, shiny long boots, bright white breeches, and navy blue fitted jacket with velvet collar. A white shirt, stock tie, pin and hairnet, the same colour as her hair, completed the outfit. She transported it carefully in a suit bag, hanging it over the back of the seat in front of her to prevent any creasing. Her show jumping outfit was her pride and joy. She had requested the various different items for birthdays and Christmases, as the family could not afford it all at once. She even had special socks with little trophies and rosettes on them for the occasion. She would regularly take the outfit out of the wardrobe and dream about wearing it one day. Sometimes she would try it on to make sure it still fitted her perfectly. On those occasions she would fix her hair in a low ponytail and hairnet, twirling in front of the mirror with perfect makeup, practicing her best pose and smile for the prize giving. Every aspect was considered in advance for the big day, with the same eye for detail that her friends might apply to their prom night planning. She had declined to attend the school prom. She did not want the family to be in debt for her outfit and mode of transport. She had seen all her prom friends at school every day, so it did not matter to her to miss an evening out with them. She would rather have the money spent on an item towards her riding kit. There had been a light misting of water over the fields overnight, but it was fast evaporating into the unusually warm morning sun. The scene was bright and promising as she walked into the stable building. Painter had been boxed overnight to keep his mane and tail plaits secure and to let him have an undistracted sleep before the show. He wore a clean, light stable rug and slept in an extra deep straw bed to reduce contact with any droppings. He was gleaming from the full work salon treatment she had given him the previous day. She had a detailed checklist for her competition morning routine. Painter's travel wear was packed neatly outside his stable. Every piece of essential equipment needed for the competition was packed on the lorry the day before so that it could not be forgotten. His tack was given an extra special clean and polish and hung up on its rack within saddle and bridle carrying bags. Spare stirrup leathers and a length of baler twine in case of emergency were included too. The final task was to hang a hay net in the back to keep Painter occupied on the short journey. Painter seemed to know this was a very special day for him. He whinnied as his tail was covered with a protective wrap and his hooves oiled to a glistening shine. His smart, lightweight navy blue show rug with his name on it in silver lettering was fastened on him, and D.D. Da Vinci, as embroidered on his travel rug, was ready to roll. The sudden melodic sound of the horsebox engine starting was pure bliss to Tia. Christy pulled in front of the stable yard in it, the lime tree leaves brushing gently against the sides. Tia stepped up high into the side groom's door with her treasured show jumping outfit. The inside was like a pristine caravan interior, trimmed in deluxe maroon fabric, with a kitchen, L-shaped seating that converted to beds, a 6-seater dining table, and an inspection door to the horse area. It also had a shower and toilet compartment. She hung up her outfit in the wardrobe, ready to change into later. She felt a rush of importance wash over her. Today was her day, another lavish day working with the Darleigh Dale horses. As Christy dropped the rear ramp down, Tia walked Painter purposefully up, around and into place, securing him safely onto a tie ring on the wall. Christie bolted the partition into place. They both departed down the ramp, and together they lifted it against the back of the horse box. Tia climbed up into the passenger seat beside Christie, her hands slightly trembling with a mix of excitement and nerves. She knew that today she was an ambassador for Team Darleigh Dale, and she and Painter must behave accordingly, with flawless manners. As she began to close the passenger door, another hand was pulling it back open again. "You don't mind me inviting myself along with you for the ride, ladies, do you?" Anton said, climbing into where Tia was seated, hesitating to sit down as she shuffled along closer to Christie to make room for him. "Aunt, good morning. Of course not. What a lovely surprise." Christie welcomed him warmly. "Good morning, Anton," Tia said quietly, forcing a smile in Anton's direction. The sunglasses had made an appearance again, like a celebrity trying to disguise himself from unwelcome attention. As Christie made light conversation with Anton about yard business, Tia was having mixed feelings about Anton's presence. She was not in a position to refuse. His arm was by now leaning lightly against hers. She felt deeply self-conscious that he would be auditing her performance that day. Even though he had complimented her the previous day, she rather preferred the day's performance to take place without him. She quickly concluded that it really did not matter to her. He was just a friendly plantsman. She was not going to let it spoil her day out with Painter, who was much more important to her than Anton. Her spirits lifted. She was going to ride at least as well as the day before, and would let nothing distract her. "Are you looking forward to your round?" Anton asked encouragingly. "Yes, very much, and so's Painter. He skipped onto the lorry like a true pro today." "I thought it best to be with him in case he was difficult for you." "Oh, that was good of you," thought Tia sarcastically, saying instead, "Well, it's hard to imagine him being difficult." This situation was beginning to get awkward. "You just can't tell with youngsters." "I will take him quietly over the practice jumps and see how he feels today. We are in the first class, so he won't have many other competitors in the collecting ring to get in his way or unsettle him," Tia said positively. She had given him a relaxing back massage while waiting for Christie to move the horse box. He loved those. "It's onward and upward, then." Tia had noticed the scent of Anton's subtly exquisite aftershave. He was freshly shaven and wearing light-coloured moleskin trousers with a tattersalls blue check shirt, a thick navy blue fleece gilet, and coordinating navy tweed flat cap. Shining dealer boots completed the country gentleman look. He looked like a handsome young prince, rather than someone dedicated to landscaping. "There has to be something I can find out about Anton that could change my feelings towards him, except so far there isn't," she thought to herself. It was not going to stop her looking the best she could. She had her carefully rehearsed show persona to carry off, and was not going to wear any less makeup than planned. She had to look her absolute best for the photographer, and hoped that there would be a classy image of herself on sale as a souvenir to display on her bedroom wall. As the horsebox pulled onto the showground, the distant sound of hoofbeats resounded through the early morning air, adding to Tia's sense of anticipation. Riders in their meticulously tailored outfits were heading towards the secretary's marquee to check in. Horses were groomed to perfection, and spectators were setting up their chairs and picnic baskets around the various show rings. With the horsebox parked, all three jumped out. Anton helped Christie drop the ramp. Tia walked up it and ducked under the partition to untie a pleasantly surprised Painter who was whinnying and scraping a front hoof impatiently. He appeared anxious to get off the lorry and explore the exciting new scenery of the day. Anton glanced at Tia and leapt up the ramp to her side. "Would you like me to lead him off?" he asked. "No, I think I'll be fine, thank you," she said confidently. She had stepped into her show routine, which had been carefully planned and rehearsed in her mind many a time in her imagination. Painter became calm as Tia led him down the ramp. He circled around her as if to observe every detail of the spectacle. He had been to horse shows several times before, taken off the horse box and allowed to graze in hand by the collecting ring, brought back to stand quietly and eat his hay from a hay net, before loading back into the horse box and going home. He had only been ridden twice at a competition before. "I'll go and check you in," said Christie. Anton stayed close to Painter, ready to take over if he became unmanageable for Tia. Like a loyal, polite old hound, Painter walked beside Tia to be tied at the side of the lorry. "There, Painter, it's not such a big deal, is it?" Tia reassured him. She took off his travel boots, rug and tail wrap as he tugged at the tightly packed hay in the net, quickly returning to look around at the other horses between each mouthful. He looked magnificent, alert and noble. "Perhaps you'll watch him while I get changed," suggested Tia to Anton, folding and placing Painter's travel gear neatly into the tack locker. She reached for his saddle and Anton appeared beside her. "Let me help you with that," he said, before Tia could lift the saddle off the rack. "Thank you," she said sweetly, and relaxing more now that Painter was settled and happily eating. "I'll tack him up for you while you go and get changed," he said. After a few minutes, Christie returned with a number on a card and a thin dark ribbon attached to it, and called in the groom's door to Tia. "You're number 24, Ant's age." "Nearly," she announced, looking over her shoulder towards Anton, who was occupied with tacking up Painter. 24? Nearly? Well, good, that puts me firmly right off his flirt radar, thought Tia as she put on her long black leather boots to complete her outfit, helmet in hand. She stepped down off the steps from the groom's door, her dark shiny hair tied in a mid-head ponytail bouncing with each step down, and a final flick as she jumped with both feet to the ground. She landed beside Anton, who had his back turned, fastening Painter's girth. The door had bumped into his back. "Oh, I'm sorry, Anton, I didn't see you behind the door," she apologized, putting on her helmet and shifting the steps to Painter's side. "Not at all," he smiled, hesitating for a moment to look her up and down as he turned to catch the swinging door and close it. She took the halter off Painter and held the reins under his chin. Positioning the steps, she was ready to mount. She sprung lightly up onto Painter's back from the steps. "Are you sure you're okay?" he asked her in a concerned, fatherly tone. "I'm absolutely loving it," she proclaimed with a joyful smile as she arranged a rein in each hand, lightly squeezed with her heels, and moved off towards the jump practice ring. "Best of luck, T." Anton had a habit of shortening names. "Wow, she's a different person today. She's really come out of her equestrian shell. A dark horse, if ever I saw one," Tia heard Anton say to Christie as she rode off. Tia wondered what Anton meant by his remark. She had stepped out of the lorry like a supermodel, poised, confident, and very firmly in the mind zone for this competitive occasion. She felt invincible. Her couture was razor sharp. She had meticulously researched, tried on, rejected, shortlisted, and selected the perfect show jumping outfit that suited her in every possible way. She knew she looked good. Every part of her body was in proportion and neatly covered, expertly tailored and form-fitting, blending athleticism with elegance and sophistication, hinting at toned muscles in her lower body. Her helmet's velvet finish contrasted beautifully with her radiant complexion, framing her face and drawing attention to her bright, determined eyes. Quite unlike the baseball caps, bomber jackets, and long black suede chaps over black riding tights that she'd been wearing around the stable yard. Polished to a gleaming shine, the sleek black leather boots extended up to her knees, providing both support and a touch of equestrian elegance. She had been preparing for this day all her life, Competing locally was not new to her, but not on a horse with Painter's power and skill. Anton and Christy followed Tia and Painter as they rode across the showground. Tia's focus intensified as she passed by the jumping course on the way to the collecting ring, studying the intricacies of each obstacle. Painter was cool and calm, as if he were dedicated to looking after Tia. Having walked for several minutes, she was ready to trot around the 2 practice fences. "Come on, Painter, you know what we're here to do," she said, gently squeezing his sides with her heels. A minute later she guided him towards one of the practice fences, a 50-centimetre crosspole. He picked up a collected canter and calmly jumped. Without losing his rhythm around the collecting ring, she guided him into the jump, and he jumped it again, and once more again. She had the air of a clear, effortless winner in the young jumping horse class, before she had even attempted it. Next, it was time to jump the upright practice fence. Painter, the perfect equine gentleman, obliged with a style that matched Tia's slick appearance. "Oh, good boy," she praised, patting and scratching him enthusiastically on the neck several times. Painter pricked his ears up and cantered on to jump it again, clearing it by 50 centimetres. Tia sat with ease to this exaggerated effort from Painter. Another couple of circuits and she heard an announcement. "The newcomers' course is now ready for walking. Could all competitors for the class make their way to the ring?" said the commentator over the public address system. Tia left the collecting ring and dismounted to walk the course. "I'll come with you," offered Anton. "Christy, would you hold Painter, please?" "Thank you, Anton," Tia said. "That would be really helpful for me, as you know him so well." She had never walked an important course before and appreciated the learning opportunity. They walked the course together, mapping out the tactics and visualizing the precise path that Painter needed to take. "Make sure you give Dave plenty of room to turn into this oxer. He has to jump under this big oak tree, and it will be darker there. These planks facing towards home could make him drop a leg behind as he gets keen to leave the ring where he entered it. You'll have to start steering him away from the entrance firmly towards the water jump, before he's even jumped the planks. Just look towards the next jump before you've cleared the planks. This wide water jump won't be a challenge to him. They're normally there to scare the rider. Just guide him in and out of the water as if it weren't there, and he'll glide through it," he told her masterfully at each fence. "I'll remember that. Thank you so much, Anton. You know Painter so well," she said, then thought, "It's as if Painter were his own horse," having assumed he exercised him for the family. She would not refer to Painter as Dave. It was much too casual and blokey for such a gentlemanly horse. There was no time to solve that puzzle now. That was a sleep-time topic. She had work to do. There were no steps, so she would need a leg up. Anton delegated the task to Christy. "Best of luck, T. You and Dave can do this. Remember not to start jumping the course before the bell rings." Tia and Painter entered the ring. She had to steer Painter around the course, going clear to qualify for the jump-off. "First to jump is Miss Tia Garcia with Didi Da Vinci, owned by Mr. and Mrs. Jeremy Beckett." She waited for the bell. The first jump was a simple crosspole. Painter cleared it with ease, awaiting instruction for the next jump. The oxer, clear. The double, clear. Tia was exhilarated. She felt sure that Painter could recognize the consecutive numbers at the foot of each jump, as he was so easy to turn, and he did not try to leave the ring after the planks. "Come on, Painter, the easy-peasy water jump is next." Clear. Triple jump. Clear. Tia took a deep, exhilarated breath. She felt like she was flying. It was the best feeling she'd ever had on a horse. Painter needed no encouragement. Jump after jump. She felt that he was so up for this, and so was she. They were jumping in perfect synchrony with such style and power. The last jump was the big, wide triple bar fence pointing towards the exit. Tia recalled Anton's advice. Painter might try to rush this fence and clip it with a hind hoof if he wasn't set up right, and reminded this last jump required his full attention. Tia gently half-halted him in the approach to the fence to prompt him to listen to her, but he did not need a reminder. He pricked his ears in response and jumped the triple with 30 centimetres to spare. They had completed the course clear. That's a superb clear round for Tia Garcia and Dee Da Vinci, owned by Mr. and Mrs. Jeremy Beckett, announced the commentator. Tia was elated as she patted Painter excitedly on the neck, first one side, then the other, before giving him a joyous hug with both arms. You were absolutely beyond amazing, Painter. Such a gent. Thank you so much for taking such good care of me. I've got an apple for you back at the horse box. Tia was ecstatic. Anton appeared thrilled as Tia and Painter left the ring to admiring applause from the onlookers. Christy was much more subdued. That this was a super slick round was unquestionable. Painter could easily have jumped higher, but he did not rush his fences like he could if he'd been disrespecting the lower fence heights than he had been jumping at home with Anton. He was foot perfect. Classy round, T, called Anton, still applauding. Christy uttered an unconvincing, well done. It wasn't me, it was all Painter, Tia deferred as she dismounted, taking the reins over his head to lead him back to the horse box. She ran the stirrups up and loosened the girth. She walked proudly beside Painter, back to the horse box for a rest before the jump-off. It would be about an hour's wait, as it was a big class. I'll make the celebratory coffee. Dave brought you home safely. That's what I came to see, and he didn't let me down, Anton said. Tia had never experienced such genuine admiration in her whole life. Probably not even as a newborn baby, although she would not have had her birth applauded. This was an insanely random feeling to her. She now knew why equestrians were so very dedicated to their talented horses. The early morning starts, the outdoor practice in all weathers, the cleaning, clearing, carrying for hours at a time each week. She removed her helmet and gloves, placing them on the seat beside her as she sat down on the short side of the L-shaped seating, folding her arms on the table. She was satisfied. It was another Darleigh Dale bliss-making day. Milk and sugar, Miss Garcia, said Anton, with a ring of formality that seemed to set out a new distance between them. Tia interpreted this as Anton behaving like a waiter. She laughed, still joyful from jumping. He could call her whatever he wanted to. She did not care any more. She had succeeded in style. Can I have mine black, please? She answered politely, taking off her jacket and getting up again to hang it up so as not to crease it. She saw Anton from the corner of her eye, glancing around at her as she reached into the wardrobe. He had taken off his sunglasses when entering the horse box. He then turned and quickly put them back on again before Tia had a chance to see his face without them. You can have whatever you like, you show-jumping star. I wasn't joking when I said he was complex to ride, but he seems to have really clicked with you, Anton said. He's such a babe, said Tia lovingly. Anton made 3 cups of coffee and placed them on the table, sitting down close to Tia on the other side of her helmet and gloves on the long side of the L, leaving room for Christy to sit beside him. Thank you, Anton. I'm so ready for this. I'd say you are. Tell me all about your round. Well, I'd say it was more of Painter's round. He did it all. He made it all so easy. I just had to sit and point. You've trained him so well. He's incredibly brave and careful for such a young horse, and such a smoothie of a jumper with it. I've never been so happy in my whole life. Anton looked at her mildly puzzled. Really? Never? You're clearly not hard to please. Tell me more. Tia laughed and said, "Yes, such a smoothie," with a hint of subtext. She was feeling happy and confident in that moment. Christy was bringing Painter up the ramp, not wanting to leave him tied up outside in case he broke away. She took his hay net up with him and tied it within his reach. She sat down at the table next to Anton and they analysed every detail of how Tia got Painter around the course. It was soon time to take Painter back off the lorry and tack him up again, ready for the jump off. Tia took him over the practice jumps to get him ticking over again before entering the ring. Only 6 horse and rider combinations had got through to the jump off out of the 35. Some of the fences had been raised to increase the challenge. Tia and Painter were last to jump. She would have the advantage of seeing how the other competitors jumped the course ahead of her. If they were all clear, she would have to jump faster than them all to win, but at least there were fewer elements. Only 2 riders were clear. Tia was in with a chance of winning. She chose all the places in advance where she could cut corners safely. "Be careful," Anton said in a worried tone. "Oh, Painter will look after me and I'll look after him," she pledged. "Take your time, Tia. You will have done well to jump a double clear without racing against the clock," offered Christy. "I'm going to let Painter lead. I'll just focus on staying with him. We'll be just like a pair of ballroom dancers, tangoing, twisting and turning around the corners in perfect harmony. You'll see," she said confidently. As she entered the ring, she leaned down towards Painter's ear on the side that the audience could not see. "Remember just how much I love you, Painter," she told him before picking up the rein contact and setting off in canter, just as the bell rang. Painter had repeated his performance as if it were an encore. The higher jumps excited him. He jumped faster without any encouragement or hesitation. Tia was in a euphoric flow with him. They were in the lead. But then, as they approached the water jump, now the second last fence, a sudden disturbance disrupted the idyllic sporting scene. An enormous heron swooped down from the sky, its wings casting a shadow over the water jump, just as Painter was about to take off over it. The bird swooped down onto the water in Painter's path. He jumped clean over it after landing from the fence, as if it were part of the course, and as it was still flapping its wings before landing on the water. He carried on towards the next jump. Tia bumped forwards, off over the front of the saddle, and on to Painter's neck. She was not expecting him to jump over the heron, possibly avoid it or stop right in front of it, but not jump it. "No! For the love of God, no! Don't let me fall off in the water. No!" she begged silently. She could feel her arms straining, but she would not let go. Painter suddenly flipped his head high, flinging her back towards the saddle, trotted to the final fence, giving her just enough time to get back in the saddle. She jumped the final jump without stirrups, again bumping forward onto Painter's neck. She knew she had to stay on to the end of the course, but was not sure if she had to stay on while still in the ring. Painter trotted past the judge's box and timing gate to a halt. Tia was hanging off the underside of his neck, still desperately clinging to stay on. As the announcer switched on his microphone, he was giggling. Rather unusual round for Miss Tia Garcia and Dee Dee Da Vinci, owned by Mr. and Mrs. Jeremy Beckett, to win this class by less than half a second." Tia heard him giggling again as he turned the microphone off. "You can get off now, Tia," shouted Anton, running towards her, jumping the rope that enclosed the ring. "Can I? Now? Will we be eliminated because I'm still in the ring?" she inquired, her left arm stinging with pain. Anton put his arm around her waist. She let go, and her knees folded into his other arm. "Ouch! My arm! It really hurts!" she groaned. "I'll take you over to first aid," Anton said, with the crowd cheering and applauding. "Later. I've always wanted to do a lap of honour. Painter deserves it. I have to get back on him again." "What about your arm?" asked Anton, still carrying her. Are you up to it? Yes, I feel like I am now. Thank you. You can put me down and help me back on him, please. Okay, if you're sure you're all right. Christy had walked Painter over to some steps that had been set up as a table. Some picnickers volunteered to be used for getting Tia back on Painter for her lap of honour. Anton put Tia down beside the steps. It felt like he had momentarily held on to her in his arms for longer than he needed to. She moved her arms slowly and got back on Painter, with Anton holding the reins. Thank you, Anton. You've been so kind. I just want Painter to make the news. You certainly will with that extraordinary performance. The jump over the heron was bigger than the jumps on the course. Spectacular. Highest I've known him to jump. You don't have to thank me, Miss G. I'm just glad that you didn't fall off. So am I. And I'm so very sorry that I seem to have had another front row seat in one of your dramas. You nearly have enough for a box set, he laughed. I should slap you, Tia said affectionately. I should take you to lunch. Here's your rosette, Tia. Clip it onto the string around your waist, Christy said indifferently. I'd like Painter to wear it on his bridle. He won it, not me. Tia cantered off around the ring ahead of the other two competitors with the tails of the flashy red rosette rising and falling with every stride. She felt like punching the air just like she had seen elite show jumpers do whenever they win, but her arm was too sore. Oh, I do love you so very much, Painter, she said, not caring who was listening. Chapter 6. Disclosure. Tia had no encounters with Anton for the next couple of weeks. He was away somewhere. Christy mentioned the place name, but Tia had quickly forgotten it. She worked reliably and diligently with the horses. Christy had taught her how to work the horses from the ground over poles. She exercised Painter around the estate and over jumps in the sand arena. She even had access to the horse simulator at lunchtimes, and Christy had taught her how to ride the quad bike to use it for paddock duties. A slick professional rider named Steve came to train and condition the young horses. They all continued to progress and perform at their best, and Tia proudly practiced her therapeutic techniques on each of them in turn. Anton was featuring far less frequently in her thoughts. She kept busy every minute of the day. She took her coffee and lunch breaks beside the sand arena if a horse was being ridden in there, or when watching the farrier trim or shoe the horses. Every day was a sensationally pleasant school day. She was progressing well with her college work, and year-end exams were scheduled to take place the following month. The Becketts have got a lovely surprise for the staff. Christy beamed on her way into the staff room where Tia was competing for sofa space with Lula on a lunch break. It's an invitation to a Midsummer Night's Garden party to celebrate the opening of the grand new water feature. I've seen it. It's stunning. Fantastic. What's the dress code? Very flowery and floaty or cocktaily for the ladies and black tie for the gents, she replied, as if she'd been to hundreds of these types of events before. It starts at 8 o'clock for the fountain light show at sunset. Tia had never been to such a formal occasion. She had no idea what to wear. She had no fancy dresses, shoes, or designer handbags. She would have to either borrow a dress and some shoes, visit the charity shops, or buy online at a knockdown price. She was keen to start the outfit selection process. That evening she began the online hunt for a dress, typing search terms into her phone. Ladies, floaty, flowery, midi, summer, lacy, elegant dress. Then cocktail dress and midnight blue, multicoloured, party, prom, frilly, and rah-rah. She viewed them as nearest so that she could source a dress close to home and try it on before buying it. She did not want anything too revealing. Above all, It must be classy and age appropriate. "I've come to look at the cocktail dress that you have for sale," she said as the door opened. The house was an old Georgian vicarage set back within the middle of its 1 acre plot with a winding gravel drive up to the house. Tia travelled for an hour on 3 different buses to get there. "Hello, dear, come in. It's my daughter's," said the lady selling the dress. "Natasha is away at university studying textile and fashion design. I've been given the task to clear her old clothes out and make way for the new. She wore it for her 16th birthday party at the Ritz in London. It was a prize winner at the London Academy of Fashion and Footwear." The dress was on the back of the door, covered in a plastic sheet, and hung on a pink velvet padded coat hanger befitting its quality. The lady swished the cover off to reveal a dark blue and white beautifully fitted crepe de chine just above the knee cocktail dress. The outer material had big blue flowers outlined on a white background with fine matching blue dots scattered around the flowers. The skirt had 3 layers of frills. It had a sweetheart neckline with a bow at the cleavage. The bodice and bow were lined with purple cotton fabric. "I don't suppose I could try it on, could I?" asked Tia. "Of course, dear," said the lady, taking the dress off the door. "Go in there to the downstairs cloakroom. There's a full-length mirror and a chair if you need it." Tia took the dress into the cloakroom and put it on. She had not noticed the big matching bow or the detail of the straps that crossed over to cover her back. It was sleeveless and the shoulder straps were broad, not even a hint of upper body impropriety about it. It was shorter than she had planned for her party dress to be, but not too short as to be considered a mini dress. Zipping it up at the side, it fitted her like it had been made for her. It was comfortable enough to wear for a whole evening, and, seated on the chair, posing with one leg crossed over the other, it covered her thighs modestly as the ruffles rippled copiously down over them. She stood up and twirled to see the back crossover straps and big blue bow attached to the waistline. She adored it. She was almost the same age as Natasha, so the dress had the same teenage appeal and appropriateness to it. "Would you take 40 for it?" she asked, tentatively. "I need to buy some matching shoes." She was hoping for 50 and it's on for 65. What size feet are you?" 6, Tia said, not expecting to land a set of shoes from the same second-hand clothes shopping trip. The lady walked to a door that opened into a walk-in wardrobe full of coats and shoes. She looked along the long shoe rack and picked out a pair of dark blue suede round-toed court shoes with 3-inch heels. "Worn once to the birthday party." Tia's eyes widened and she audibly inhaled. They were exquisite, inside and out. "I remember now, these are definitely the matching shoes, 6.5. Try them. They are a narrow fit, so you might be lucky," said the lady, placing them on the ground. She reached to the shelf above and took down a hat box. It contained several fascinators. "And here's the matching blue accessory." Tia was thrilled with the shoes. "I can put some insoles in these and they'll be perfect. They're comfortable enough to wear all evening, and I can even dance in them too. The fascinator is so pretty." "How much for all 3 items?" she inquired, not daring to look at the shoes and headwear again before becoming too attached to them, in case she had to leave them behind. The shoes alone looked like they could be worth a couple of £100. The deep blue suede was exquisite. The lady sensed an air of neediness about Tia. Neediness with independence, as if she had nobody to take an interest in her. £40 for the dress, shoes and hat. Is that a deal?" Natasha has lived in trainers since arriving at university. She will never wear these again. In fact, she wasn't all that keen on them to begin with. They would only be stuffed in the back of a wardrobe until donated to a charity shop. Tia's mouth dropped open, aghast at the lady's generosity and her daughter's indifference at this wonderful outfit. That would be more than a dream come true. Are you sure? Yes, take them. It would be a shame to split the outfit up. What Tia considered she really meant was that it would be a shame to leave her without the matching accessories to the dress. Tia was elated at this generous gesture. With the outfit carefully packed into a crisp, glossy designer paper carrier bag, Tia headed for the door. "Oh, wait, I nearly forgot the matching handbag," said the lady, opening the walk-in wardrobe door again and unhooking a shocking pink clutch bag as a splash of contrast. "Here, you can't leave without this." "Oh, I feel like I couldn't possibly," said Tia in amazement, hoping she could. This outfit would usurp the attention she lavished on her show-jumping outfit. It would be out every night for a fashion parade before the event. She would try her hair in different styles with the fascinator perched at different angles and practice walking and dancing in heels. "Yes, you can. This wouldn't match any other dress as well as it does this one." "Thank you so very much. You are the most generous lady I've ever met." "Not at all. It's my pleasure. Enjoy the party," said the lady, opening the door to let Tia out. Waiting for the bus, Tia could not believe what had just happened. She would imagine the party and wearing her gorgeous, new outfit. She was certain it would be perfect for the occasion, her very first formal grown-up party. "I could get Handy Harry to collect you for the party, as it's not a work day for you," Christy said the next day. "He lives in a nearby village to you. There won't be any buses passing through here after 6 o'clock. If you bring an overnight bag, you can sleep in here. It's only for one night. Lula will keep you company." She laughed. Tia was overjoyed. That would be awesome. It's not unusual for staff members to stay here if they need to be up early next day, or if any of the horses needs a night watch, she added. "Here, I'll take you up and show you. You'll find some fresh milk and bread and some supper in the freezer. You can make yourself at home and nobody will disturb you." There was a small 2-bedroom open-plan lounge kitchen diner apartment above the washroom. The wooden stairs led up from beside Painter's loose box. The apartment was minimal but functional, with crisp white bedding, a high-quality sofa that had seen better days, brought from the hall when it had passed its sell-by date. Large, heavy, oversized, mushroom-coloured damask-patterned curtains, also from the hall, framed the French doors to a small balcony overlooking the paddocks. A large stack of horse magazines had been placed on a long light oak coffee table. There were some charcoal drawings of horses on the walls, and a mini wood-burning stove with a kettle on top and set within a stone fireplace. The bedroom overlooked a pair of lime trees. To Tia, this was sheer paradise, sumptuously cosy and fresh, peaceful and private when staff had left the yard for the day. Life simply could not get any better, even for just one day of Tia's life. "Thank you so much, Christy. I'm getting really excited about the party and meeting the Becketts. They never seem to be around on my placement days." "Ah, it's so sweet of them to think of the staff," she sighed. Arriving at the party with Christy, Tia exuded an air of elegance and sophistication. She wore her hair down, and big, loose curls bounced, reeling open and closed on her back as she moved. She had fixed her feather and bow fascinator at the side of her head above her left eyebrow. Her makeup was flawless, her skin translucent, an eyeliner accentuating her large brown eyes in the subtle style of Audrey Hepburn. She felt confident and poised with every step she took across the gravel drive and on through the grand old iron garden gate at the side of the house to the garden. Christie was wearing a black taffeta strapless fitted cocktail dress, gathered at the waist, with a flared mermaid-style skirt flouncing just below her knees. The pair looked like they had dressed for Ladies' Day at Ascot. Tia's outfit, entirely appropriate for her age, somewhere between grown-up yet still very much in her teen years. The lush green lawns were adorned with vibrant flower arrangements, their colours creating a picturesque backdrop. A marquee stood proudly, its fabric billowing gently in the summer breeze. Soft, melodious music played in the background, the sound of violins and clarinets befitting the elegant atmosphere. Darleigh Dale Hall was so utterly the gift that just kept giving and giving, Tia thought to herself. On into the garden, towards the entrance to the marquee, her presence exuded captivating charm as she stood to be greeted there and to be offered a drink by circulating hospitality staff. She picked up a stemmed glass of orange juice from a silver tray, thanking the bearer warmly and heading over to the fountain to admire its elegance. It was the centrepiece of the West Garden, its waters cascading gracefully into a pristine pool. Bathed in the warm evening sunlight, the fountain glistened. A sense of celebration filled the air as guests admired the intricate design and craftsmanship of the fountain. The setting was a vibrant chorus of animated conversations and restrained laughter, the voices attuned to the clinking of champagne glasses. The ladies were adorned in a stunning array of cocktail dresses, each garment a tailoring masterpiece of style and sophistication. Soft pastels, vibrant jewel tones, and delicate floral patterns painted a picturesque scene. Flowing fabrics gracefully draped their figures, accentuating their elegance and feminine charm. With their hair styled impeccably, they exuded grace and confidence as they mingled elegantly. The men looked equally impressive, clad in black tie suits with crisp white shirts and polished shoes, cutting a dashing, monochrome, masculine look. They carried themselves with an air of confidence and sophistication, sipping champagne and chatting amongst themselves. The vibrant colours of the cocktail dresses against black suits created a visually captivating spectacle as the ladies and gentlemen moved gracefully through the garden. I'd like to introduce you to Mrs. Nicole Beckett. Nicole, this is Tia Garcia, Christie gestured to each of them. Tia, this is Mrs. Beckett. Tia is at college studying equine rehabilitation, and she's on work placement with us. Turning to Tia, she said, I'm sure you would have recognised Mrs. Beckett from the James Bond films. They shook hands and Mrs. Beckett asked Tia if she was enjoying her work experience placement with them. How do you do, Mrs. Beckett? Yes, very much so. It's such a wonderful place to work. I've been riding the talented painter, she said enthusiastically, somewhat in awe of being introduced to this talented celebrity actress. Mr. Beckett stepped forward and extended a hand towards Tia. He had heard Tia mention Painter. Ah, you must be the talented new stunt rider. How do you do? He grinned. I'm Jeremy Beckett. Tia recognised him from a number of rom-coms, an exceptionally quick-witted gentleman with boyish good looks, a posh accent, with a reputation of never passing a pretty young lady without complimenting her. How do you do, Mr. Beckett? Yes, you could say that. I'm getting a very wide range of work experience here, and I love it, she said nervously, not knowing how else to respond. It occurred to her that she must by now have acquired a notorious reputation for her horsemanship misadventures. You're doing very well, darling, very well indeed. You certainly look exceptionally lovely tonight. He flirted, flashing his eyes down, then back up again. Oh, do forgive me, I've been on the sauce since lunchtime, he retracted. Let me introduce you to Melissa. She has horses and is a film editor. Mrs. Beckett had already moved away, as if it were not unusual for him to embarrass her on these occasions. Tia gracefully engaged in conversations about horses, and her equestrian pursuits sparked animated discussions about the world of riding. Her passion and knowledge shone through, captivating the attention of all who spoke with her. She was shining brightly tonight. She looked discreetly around the crowd, wondering if she would recognize any other celebrities. She spotted other Bond actors and was bemused that several guests she was introduced to had assumed she was either an actress or a model. Oh no, that's about as far from the truth as you can get if you saw me in my usual togs with the Oda muck heap. I'm a horse rider, but thank you very much for the flattering compliment, she would explain. She knew she had done everything in her power to fit in, but was pleasantly surprised that she had done so well as to mimic a Bond girl. As the garden party continued, Tia felt a delightful blend of exhilaration and contentment. The ambience, the company, and the celebration of the grand new fountain created a magical atmosphere. She relished the opportunity to share her passion with like-minded individuals, with the promise of forging new acquaintances that may help her to raise money for the charity work she had planned for the future. Tia had not wanted to stand alone for any length of time or to intrude in any conversations. That made her feel self-conscious. In a quiet moment she looked for anyone else she recognized from their connections with the stable yard, such as Verdi or the farrier. She would feel safe chatting to them, although Christy, Maisie or George were her first choice of go-to guests. She found Christy and made her way over to her. Christy was smiling adoringly at two male guests, one arm pointing upwards to hold the glass in front of her lips, the other across her waist, with a leg out in front of her as if to point towards the object of her attention. Tia did not want to interrupt, but the guests were crowded together, so she could not quite see who Christy was chatting to when approaching her from afar. "Tia," beckoned Christy as Tia approached the group. "You've already met Anton, of course, but this is his great friend Charlie Torson, who loves a game of polo. Charlie, this is Tia Garcia, our newest staff member of the stable yard squad." Anton? Where? Thought Tia to herself, reaching a hand across the man that Christy had been chatting to towards Charlie. "How do you do?" Tia said. The man turned slightly to look at her, then turned some more to take in a better view of her. "Oh, forgive me for leaning in like that," she apologized. Could this really be Anton? Without his signature sunglasses? She thought she must be mistaken. His striking green eyes were exquisitely attractive, sparkling with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. They were soft, wide, and welcoming. "Tia," said Anton with surprise, his voice filled with a mixture of disbelief and delight. It was him. She had seen him amidst the crowd, but he clearly had not recognized her. She assumed that she had not been quite close enough to be identified, or perhaps he had not expected to see her with her hair cascading freely down her shoulders into loose bouncy curls, a departure from her usual pulled back practical equestrian hairstyle topped by a baseball cap. "Anton?" asked Tia, sounding pleasantly surprised, now understanding precisely how it felt to succumb to swooning as she felt the blood drain from her head and shoulders. "Oh no, he's just gorgeous," she thought, her stare remaining momentarily longer than could be considered discreet. Turning her head away, she hoped he had not sensed her attraction. Anton, at the peak of his prowessly prime, had of course noticed. "Hello, Anton," she replied nervously, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Equally as tentatively he extended his hands towards her. "Lovely to see you here, Miss Garcia." Tia shook his hand, feeling a pleasant warmth spread through her fingertips. Likewise, Anton. The water feature is lovely. Once it was out, it did not seem quite like the most appropriate remark, but it took her attention off indicating how even lovelier it was to see him there. Moreover, it provided her with an excuse to look away from his direction and withdraw from any banter that he might habitually initiate. She feared being in too much awe of him now to react sensibly. She just had to find a way to escape to think in private about all of this. Somehow, the chance to think could not wait until sleep time. Anton grinned, a hint of playfulness dancing in his eyes, ignoring her comment about the water feature. Yes, striking, utterly outstanding, top-class workmanship, he replied admiringly, his remark incongruous with the actual display, together with the words he had used to overstate it. Tia frowned, then smiled at him. She found him to be more quick-witted than anyone else she'd ever known. And now, with the setting of the sun over Darleigh Dale Hall, can we have everybody's attention for the ceremony of the illumination of the new fountain, announced a gentleman speaker, with a sense of occasion that befitted the formal garden and its stylish new water feature. Anticipation grew among the guests as a gradual hush moved over them. A soft melody filled the air, creating the ambience for the grand spectacle. They gasped as the lights gradually brightened, casting a soft glow over the surroundings, their eyes darting wonder and curiosity. As the floodlights illuminated the water, a mesmerizing transformation took place. The fountain danced and sparkled, catching the light and creating a breathtaking display. The floodlights bathed the fountain in a series of hues, each one more enchanting than the last. First, a gentle cascade of blues washed over the water, evoking a sense of tranquility and serenity. The lights transitioned to vibrant greens, infusing the fountain with a fresh and lively energy. With a gradual shift, the floodlights transformed the fountain once more, this time drenching it in warm shades of gold and amber. The water took on a magical quality as if touched by the very essence of sunlight. Tia was spellbound, her eyes locked on the intense interplay of colour and movement. She had never seen anything quite so beautiful that was not a horse in her whole lifetime. As the floodlights gradually faded, leaving the fountain in a gentle white glow, applause erupted from the crowd. To Tia it was a symbol of the celebration and beauty of the evening and of the magic that Darleigh Dale Hall was constantly revealing to her. Anton had left her side. She was mildly disappointed but heartily relieved for the diversion of the light show. She wanted to sit and reflect on her own for a while. She felt so immensely blessed at being invited to share in this successful family's intimate celebration, and to have the privilege of being closely involved with the horses. She continued to exchange pleasantries and engage in conversation, sharing stories and laughter amidst the elegant backdrop of the party. Anton was also circulating. After a few minutes chatting, there was another announcement. It was Jeremy Beckett. And now for our next extravaganza. Anton, my great friend Sven and his son are going to perform for you. Once again the crowd erupted in applause, cheering for the group. Sven was first on the stage, followed by Charlie, then Anton. Woohoo! Anton Beckett's going to perform, some girls squealed in the crowd. Anton Beckett, repeated Tia silently. Anton Beckett, whom nobody had mentioned to her the small detail that he was the son of the family who lived at Darleigh Dale Hall. Tia was astonished. Their separate encounters played back to her one by one, word by word. As Anton picked up an electric guitar, she just could not watch. She felt a tearful mixture of disappointment and confusion. disappointment that he was now firmly out of reach, even if she ever wanted to date him, confusion that she thought he had feelings for her, even though she felt she could not reciprocate. She wanted to get away and analyze every detail of her encounters with Anton before seeing him again. Slipping into the shadows of a nearby yew hedge, she made her way down a pathway to a seat among the formal box hedges. This was very different to the East Wing garden, where she had imagined drinking fresh coffee under an informal arbour. It was not quite dark, and the whitewashed tulip-shaped planters reflected some light. There was a strong floral scent in the still air. It was all very surreal. To her, Anton had just been an estate plantsman, not the county's most eligible bachelor. She now recalled that she had seen his and Charlie's face on the cover of a glossy country magazine recently, when she'd gone to collect her horse magazine. They were back to back, looking into the camera, looking coolly sophisticated, one holding up a pair of drumsticks, the other the top of a guitar, radiating the light-hearted, mischievous camaraderie of a close friendship. A blurred image of Darleigh Dale Hall in the background, and a memorable strapline that stated boldly, "Two hearts, one county, the enigmatic duo redefining bachelorhood." She must control her feelings, as if she were riding over a course of jumps, full focus on her career, with no distractions, or she may fall. Fall? In love? No, fall and hurt herself. Should she return to the party, or should she go to the stables and her room for the night to mull over the evening's surprises? After 15 minutes, when the band had finished performing 3 popular rock songs that Sven had made famous, she opted to return to the party for another while and thank at least one of the Becketts for a wonderful party. There were plenty of guests to talk to, and part of her wanted to make the most of this opportunity to indulge herself in an occasion that may not be repeated for a very long time, if at all. As she walked back to the party, past the theatrical fountain display, she went into the marquee to collect another glass of orange juice. She glanced around the crowd and spotted Anton leaving the stage. She noticed him looking at her and moving as if he were about to walk in her direction. Their eyes met. He looked mildly sheepish, like someone who had some explaining to do, but now was not the right time or place. She turned 90 degrees and kept walking. He disappeared into the crowd. She finished her drink, thanked Nicole for the invitation to her wonderful party, and left for the stable yard to go to bed. She was certain that Anton must have a very busy time dating, with those screeching good looks and charm, as well as a mansion to entertain in. Chapter 7. Compassion. Tia woke from a deep sleep. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow on her surroundings. Although it was her day off, she had promised to feed the horses and turn them out before she left to catch the bus home and to spend the rest of the day working in the restaurant. The horses had been kept in overnight, away from the noise that may have disturbed them. She had fallen asleep to the sound of them munching hay, as if they were an orchestra, occasionally shuffling around when they were startled by loud noises in the distance and car doors closing. She wrapped and belted herself into the oversized unisex dressing gown, slid each foot into an oversized slipper, and padded softly to the feed room. Each horse whinnied at her as she opened the door from the apartment. She let Lula out and put a rubber bowl full of feed into each stable, greeting each occupant warmly and affectionately. She still felt somewhat dazed, although much more positive than she had before finally sleeping. She was determined to navigate the complexities of flirting and friendship, allowing it all to unfold one day at a time. If his actions don't follow his words, he's not genuine, she reminded herself, recalling the words of her grandmother. In any case, their worlds were far too diverse to be any more than conducted purely on business terms. She hoped Anton would find a new level with her and emotionally leave her be. She sat on the balcony in the early morning sun and had her morning coffee in her dressing gown. After 15 minutes she washed and dressed, washed and dried the dishes she had used, turned the horses out into the paddock, and left to wait for the bus. She dreamed that this wonderful annex were her own place to live. She would be in heaven living so close to the horses, dedicating her whole day to caring for them, riding and offering coffee and freshly baked cakes, biscuits and buns to everyone who visited the stable yard. Time moved slowly at the restaurant that day. Home seemed even more mediocre than it had the day before the party. Her dress, shoes, hat and handbag had to be cleaned and stored next to her show jumping outfit, and she still had some work to do on a coursework portfolio before finally submitting it. She had plenty to keep her occupied for the coming week. She had a week's holiday away from Darleigh Dale Hall and was glad of the opportunity to reflect from afar. I was chatting to the estate manager while you were away, and he has asked me if you would like to live in for the summer and work full-time. That's what our work experience assistants usually do here. If they have horses, they let them stay here for free. Are you up for that? Asked Christy during their coffee break on Tia's first day back at work. Up for it, reiterated Tia. I'm up, gone and galloping off with the idea of it. Yes, of course, I'd absolutely love to. When from? This was the best news she'd ever heard. She would be there to feed the horses, turn them out, ride them around the estate, ride the quad bike and simulator, and do anything and everything to make the horses happy and content. She would watch Verdi at work, help train the horses by arranging the ground poles and exercising them in hand, assist with vets, saddle fitters and farriers whenever they attended, and she would have the time to practice even more therapy techniques on the horses. She could watch over the horses in the paddock from the balcony and light a log fire in the lounge area when it was dark. As soon as you've sat your last exam this term, of course, advised Christy. You'll be on full-time pay and the digs are free. Just shop for some provisions for yourself and away you go. You may want to drop your other job. Thank you so much, Christy. You and the family have been so good to me. I thank you all right from the bottom of my heart. You have no idea how much this means to me, Tia said with tears in her eyes, reminded of life's difficult challenges up to this point. She repeated in her mind the words, may want to drop my other job and stay at Darleigh Dale stables day and night, and wondered how there could ever be any doubt. Don't thank me, it's just how we roll here. You said something about bringing a horse? Tia said tentatively, as if she had dreamt it. Yes, all hay and feed included. Transport too, if the horses are going out competing and you want to go too. All you need is the horse and to cover any vet's bills, but you can get insurance for that. You can even have use of a bridle and a saddle if you find one from the storeroom that fits. Tia could not believe what she was hearing. What an opportunity! She had dreamed of this moment since she was 7 years old. That night's thoughts before sleeping were going to be full-on logistical. Her very own horse. She wanted to fling the doors of Darleigh Dale Hall open and shout, "Thank you, thank you, thank you! I'm getting my own horse! I love you all!" Her quest to find a horse within her budget began that day. Tia spent the next couple of weeks diligently adhering to her work and study schedule until the day finally came when she could move into the groom's apartment above the stables. She had been searching for a rescue horse within her price range. "I've come to see the rescue horse," she announced on arrival at Mikey the dealer's yard. 2 buses, one either side of a train ride, a 20-minute walk. It was some 30 miles from Darleigh Dale Hall. Oh, yes, she's in the barn around the corner with the donkey, said the dealer. I collected her at the weekend. She came across on the boat and has been at my friend Pete's yard in quarantine. The owner had turned her out on the hills with 6 others and didn't go back to check them over the winter. When he finally did, he found 4 of them dead and the others barely surviving. He had turned his prized show jumper away with them and doesn't know if that one was one of those who survived, because he couldn't recognize them in such poor condition, or dead. Tia was deeply saddened. Was this just a sales tactic to make her think the horse he was selling could be someone's valuable dream horse? Tia was not concerned either way. A horse in need was to her just like any other horse. She's up for meat money. I'm a fair man. That's all I would get for her when she has some meat put back on, he bargained as they turned the corner and looked over the metal bars of the open barn. I have to warn you, the chap who transported her said that of all the horses he's moved in his driving career, she's in the poorest condition that he's ever seen. He had to put a rug on her and load her right at the front of the 19-horse lorry so that her condition wouldn't draw any attention. Don't get too shocked. She's eating and drinking and seems to be otherwise in good health. I don't spare them any hay. I say, let them eat as much as they want to eat, he said, pointing to the large round hay bale in the middle of the barn as he turned the corner. Tia did indeed get a shock. As soon as she saw her, she sobbed loudly for several minutes. The mare was skeletal, her skin leathery, and clung to her bones. She had lost 2/3 of her coat from scratching at lice, and the skin, without any coat, had areas of dried blood from scratching. Every hair of the sparse coat that remained was covered in yellow lice eggs. Her matted mane was very long and thin, and her tail was so long it extended in dreadlocks into the deep straw bed that she was standing in, close to the big round hay bale, with a donkey beside it keeping her company. Don't upset yourself. She's safe now. I've treated the lice, assured the dealer. She'll start to feel much better shortly. I'll refund you if she dies in the next 30 days, and I will transport her for free, just in case she does. The mare shuffled over to her through the deep straw. Her feet were the size of dinner plates. The hoof walls had split and flattened out to more than twice the length they should have been. She would not be able to move out of a walk until the farrier had trimmed them. I'm so sorry, Tia said, regaining her composure. I've never seen a horse in such poor condition either, even in the charity fundraising posters. To think the owner couldn't even care enough to even get her a cheap bottle of lice powder. Her eyes are so sad. She's been neglected for a long time to have gotten this thin, and for her mane, tail and feet to have grown to that length. It must be at least a year. Tia instinctively wanted to take her away from there immediately, so she could come home with her to die with love and dignity. She could not leave her there to die without someone to love and care for her after humankind had let her down so very badly. She ducked through the metal fencing and put a halter on her. With the lead rope in one hand, she touched the mare on her pitifully protruding ribs to indicate to her to move over. The mare responded to the cue, promptly moving over as requested. Then she touched her on the front of the shoulder, indicating to her to move backward, which she also promptly did. She touched a foreleg to indicate that she should lift it for inspection. She lifted it without any resistance. She had clearly done some training, if not had excellent training potential. I'll take her, she said decisively. Meat money was £500, the amount the dealer said he had paid for her. I'm sorry I upset you. I don't want to make a profit on this sorry state of a horse. Tia thanked him. He went on to explain that he occasionally put his business interests to one side when a horse was a clear charity case. He said Tia had a heart of pure gold, and she would be going to a good home. When can you bring her to me? The farrier is here on Saturday. I don't want her leaving here with untrimmed feet and covered in lice like that. The vet will be here tomorrow, so I'll get him to check her over and take some blood to check that she's clear of infection. The earliest I can get her to you is next Tuesday morning. Can I give you a deposit? She asked, not wanting him to let her go to anyone else. Not that the prospect of that happening was likely. Can I at least cover the vet's bill? No, darling, he said kindly. She's all yours now. Tia sadly could not bring herself to feel elated at having acquired her first horse. She nevertheless would treasure her with all her heart, despite her condition. She would soon get her back to her factory settings. She sensed that the mare was once a proud and magnificent horse, and that now she felt ugly, with extensive bald patches, an unkempt mane and tail. She would need to wear a rug for a while, so as not to frighten any children. I've bought a horse, announced Tia proudly to Christy and Maisie as she walked into the staff room. Fantastic, they said in unison. When will she be here? Tuesday at midday, if that's okay. Can she go in the isolation stable at the back? Of course, Christy said. You can get her bed ready for her, and she can be turned out in the hospital paddock beside it whenever you want her out, although she can spend time outdoors just in front of the stable till she gets used to her surroundings. Perfect, Tia said. We've got head collars and rugs, boots for her here. Just dig out whatever you need from the reserve pile of tack. That's so generous of you. What's her name and how big is she? What breed? How old? We love it when new horses come here, Maisie said excitedly. The dealer thinks she's around 8 or 9, and she hasn't got a name yet, but to me she has the looks and grace of a lady named Phoebe. So gentle and refined. She's 16 too, jet black, and... Tia paused. How was she going to tell them what she was really like when they were expecting a regular horse to step off the horse box? She's very thin at the moment, a thoroughbred. Has she raced? Maisie asked. I'm not sure. The dealer thinks she's an ex-broodmare, so she might have been raced before being bred. I have to apply for her passport. The dealer said he throws them in the hedge because people can be so fixated on them when buying a horse. She hasn't been microchipped either. What are you going to do with her? Inquired Maisie. Pray that she survives, thought Tia. I'll see what she wants to do when I start training her. There's no pressure on her to compete. She's a project horse that I can practice my therapy on, Tia explained, with a good measure of hope. For the love of God, Tia, what have you bought? Shrieked Christy as Phoebe stepped off the ramp. Why? Just why? Tia immediately became disheartened. Don't hate her, Christy. She will sense it, and you will make her feel even worse, Tia pleaded. Feel bad, said Christy. I hope for your sake she has a warranty from Mikey, warned Christy, within earshot of Mikey, who was unloading her. Cast iron, he said. I have my good reputation to think of. Quick, put her away before someone sees her, urged Christy. Over here, behind this barn. I've never seen a horse so emaciated. Tia wondered how Christy knew Mikey, even though he was from a considerable distance away. She took Phoebe from Mikey and paid him in cash. She expected Christy to have more empathy for the poor horse. She led her to a stable. It had an area fenced in at the front of it, the same size as the stable, and she could go in and out as she pleased. She would be happy here. Phoebe pulled at the hay net contentedly. Tia entered the stable, slumped against the wall with her head in her hands, slid down the wall, and sobbed heartily again. She felt deep despair. She felt rejected for having done something that a fellow equestrian was disgusted at, the same as Phoebe must have felt when nobody cared for her, leaving her to die. She felt even deeper despair for Phoebe. After a few minutes of feeling sorry for herself and Phoebe, she dried her eyes and admonished herself for getting upset. She must focus on the job in hand, which was to settle Phoebe in and get to work making up for all those days she spent starving in a field, watching her field companions weakening and dying around her, one by one. It was unimaginably tragic. She would forgive Christie for being so unkind. She may have been in shock. "Sit down, I'll make you a coffee," said Christie as Tia entered the staff room. She could see that Tia had been crying. "Phoebe has a very kind eye," she said, having searched for a compliment and coming up with the only part of the mare's outer appearance that could be referred to as normal. "This ugly duckling will make progress, and I won't stop till she does," Tia said with determination. That evening, when Tia finished work, she sat in the stable with Phoebe. Every detail had been meticulously prepared, from fresh bedding to a bountiful supply of nutritious feed. "You'll be beautiful again, as beautiful as you are on the inside," Tia told her. "You're safe now. I'll be able to see you from my balcony. Nobody will do this to you ever again, I promise," she said, with tears falling from her cheeks. Tia rapidly returned to feeling gratified that she had not only rescued the mare, but had also found a kindred spirit, a companion who would forever hold a special place in her heart. Both of them had the same thing in common, a tough start in life that they had survived. They both had to roll with the punches to get through this, whatever anyone said. Tia resolved to ignore anyone who had nothing positive to say about Phoebe. It no longer mattered to her. After a few minutes she heard purposeful footsteps approaching. It was Anton. She was feeling too miserable about the events of the day to be worried about Anton's opinion on her new horse. He had 2 small flasks in his hand. Phoebe whinnied excitedly and loudly, as if it were only he that she had to thank for her good fortune and plush stable with abundant food and bedding. Anton did not react to the sight of her. Tia sensed that this was his way of avoiding having to conceal his shock at the sight of Phoebe, so as not to hurt her feelings. "Good evening, Miss Garcia. I thought I'd find you here. I heard your new horse had arrived. Would you like to come with me?" "Hello, Anton." She wondered where they would be going, puzzled by his request, and noticing that there were no sunglasses needed for this escapade. "Just up the hill," he suggested, taking her by the hand to help her off the floor. "Here, I brought you a posh coffee." She smiled at him. "That's very thoughtful of you. Thank you." She was puzzled at him continuing to hold her hand, but sensed that it may be his polite way of gesturing empathy towards her desperate situation. She felt comforted that he would perhaps not be quite so judgmental of her decision to give Phoebe a home. His home, at that. He led her up to the top of the hill where there was a solid wooden jump fence that they could sit at, undisturbed and out of sight. They sat side by side, for which Tia was thankful, as it required no immediate awkward eye contact. He turned and looked at her sympathetically. Christie had told him the horse had arrived, and that there were issues. "Tell me what you need," he said, sounding softly authoritative. "Nothing," Tia said, proudly independent, but nonetheless taken aback at his offer, or whatever he meant by it. "Tell me what you need," he repeated emphatically. Tia thought for a moment, dropping her guard. I need Phoebe to live," she declared tearfully, cradling her coffee in front of her eyebrows to avoid having any contact with Anton. "I couldn't leave her there to die without someone who truly cared about her," she said determinedly. "She's not going to die," he reassured her. "She's with us now. We'll support you. I'll support you. I just want to make it up to her for being so severely neglected. Only 3 of them survived out of 7 that were turned out and forgotten about," she told him. Well, then she's definitely not going to die, he said softly, pausing before adding, I had a very special horse as a child. I knew that, Tia said, her empathy switching from her horse to him. I heard that she had a foal that helped you recover when you were very ill. Yes, Prue died while having a foal. She was a horse in a million. She never refused to jump, and she taught me so much about how to ride. We were so close that it felt almost like she was human. She could sense my pain when I was ill. I had a foal bred from her so that I could keep her spirit going forever. When she died, her foal was my whole world. Someone stole her soon after. There's very little chance of me finding another like Prue or her foal. The foal was the last of the bloodline, and that mould is well and truly broken. That's so very sad, Tia said softly. They're both with you, in spirit, and animals' love is forever. They are always with you, if you've loved and taken care of them the very best that you can. Tia hoped she'd been a source of comfort to him, but did not want to make the conversation any more intimately heavy than it had become. She wanted to comfort him, but thought it better to change the subject and cheer him up instead. After pausing, she asked, I'll tell you what I need. I need you to tell me why you spend so much time hiding in hedges around here. He laughed. I just can't seem to get enough of them, can I? I'll tell you why. It's because I love being outside on the land. Horses provide me the best opportunity for a person to be part of that. Almost dying in childhood makes one learn to appreciate that every day is a gift and that the only thing that has true value in life is being a natural tree-hugging hippie and enjoying nature in all its splendour, from a home-grown tomato to the mist that lands on the fields after a warm evening. You hide in hedges so that nobody can see you hugging them? Tia teased. Yes, something like that, he laughed. I'm at my happiest when I'm planting, landscaping, and cooking what I've grown in the garden, and riding horses, needless to say. I'm also a jobbing musician when other guitarists or saxophonists can't play their gigs. I've just had some success as a producer. I've built a recording studio in one of the log cabins next to my house. That's amazing. It doesn't sound to me like you're at home much, Tia remarked. Oh, I'm not partnered up, if that's what you're getting at. No one in their right mind could tolerate me. The quick wit making an appearance again. Tia laughed. She now welcomed the banter to lighten the conversation. She did not believe him. Me neither. I'm out so much that if I ever get married, my partner simply would not recognize me. He looked at her incredulously, as if he did not believe her either. How many fountains do you plan on having? He asked in a serious voice. Now that was a clever remark, Tia thought to herself, glad that she had made an extraordinarily clever new friend, flirtatious new friend even, but put it down to a personality trait. His father had monetized the same trait many times over in the films he had appeared in. Anton clearly had inherited the same gift. They both laughed together, having lightened the load of their past pain. They had found comfort and a newly found sense of ease in each other's presence. They chatted about Tia's course, Anton's competition success, his music career, his music degree, and Tia's ambition to set up a rehabilitation yard. After about an hour, they made their way back down the hill as if a new start with new terms had been sealed between them. Phoebe shot out of her stable and whinnied as they got back to her. Give me a hug, Miss Garcia, Anton said in a very businesslike tone when they got back to Phoebe's stable. Certainly, Mr. Beckett, Tia said, in reciprocation of his kind gesture that evening that had drawn an imaginary new boundary between them. Don't be unhappy, he said. We want everyone to feel at home here, including the horses. Thank you so much, Anton. How could I possibly be unhappy here? She said, smiling. Chapter 8. Potential. With each passing day, Tia's dedication and love for Phoebe began to work its magic. Her spirit rekindled, her appetite grew stronger, and her frail body slowly regained strength. Tia spent countless hours by her side, offering companionship and unwavering support. Gradually, Phoebe's eyes sparkled with newfound vitality, and her step grew more confident. It became evident that beneath the scars of the past, a resilient spirit had emerged, ready to embrace a future filled with love and purpose. Tia witnessed the transformation, humbled and grateful for the opportunity to be part of this extraordinary expedition of personal development, both for her and for Phoebe. As Phoebe thrived in her new home, Tia's love for her intensified with a profound sense of fulfillment. She had given a second chance to a magnificent soul, cherishing her back to health. Once thin and fragile, she now embodied the power of Tia's compassion and rehabilitation skills. "She's rather nice. I take back everything I said about her on her first day here," Christy said, as Tia led her into the sand arena to work her slowly from the ground, now that her weight had increased and she was strong enough to exercise. Her coat had begun to grow back, delivering the promise of health and vitality as it changed from dull to glossy. Her gait restrictions from her severe hoof overgrowth had resolved. "Thank you, Christy," beamed Tia. "I'm going to work her from the ground, take my time with her, let her get strong very slowly while she puts on condition. I'm so looking forward to riding her when she has developed enough top-line muscle." As the days turned into weeks, Tia poured her heart and soul into training Phoebe, nurturing her physical strengths and supporting her weaknesses. A newfound confidence radiated from the once emaciated frame. Tia felt a deep and very special connection with her as she rose to every challenge that Tia placed in front of her. When Tia considered the time was right, she opened the jumping lane for Phoebe for a loose jumping session. She lowered the fences to 30 centimeters, just so that Phoebe could have a bit of fun after her training session at Liberty over ground poles. Phoebe needed no encouragement. She turned down into the lane and quietly elevated over every jump, foot perfect. If she had been a broodmare, it was as if she'd found that being a career girl after such a long time being a mother was invigorating for her soul. Off down the lane again she went, snorting and prancing playfully after emerging at the end of it. She looked so proud to be part of the training action that the other horses had been engaged in. "You're so very clever, Phoebe. Shall I put a couple of the fences up and you can go one more time?" Phoebe waited until Tia had fixed the last jump. Tia looked towards her to signal that she could start. Then Phoebe dashed around the sand arena and back down the lane without a hint of hesitation. "Flying Phoebe," Tia said encouragingly. "You'll be doing that with me on your back soon, if that's okay with you. Take a break now. You can go one more time when your breathing slows. Then we're done for the day." Tia was not sure if Phoebe had ever been ridden, so she began a comprehensive backing process. Sometimes Phoebe would turn quickly and put her head in a corner as she was approached in her stable with a halter. It was the only vice she had. Tia conceded that perhaps she had got to a certain point in her training and a struggle had begun, with someone hurting her in there with the halter. Phoebe was genuinely anxious about it. "Phoebe, nobody's going to hurt you. Look, it's only a halter," Tia would say, but on such days nothing would convince Phoebe that it was safe to have a halter fitted. Tia would have to walk out of the stable and into the pen and hope that Phoebe would follow her, which she always did. Then she would allow the halter to be fitted. It was as if Phoebe was trying to explain what had happened to her. I know, lady. Someone hit you in the stable with a halter, didn't they? It will never happen again, so there's no need to make a drama about this. Tia considered that it was not anything to do with not wanting to be handled or an unwillingness to work. It was just a curious behavioural anomaly that seemed to be stuck deep within her. Having introduced her to a saddle, first with the stirrups up and then with them flapping against her sides, the day came for Tia to lie across her to put some weight on her back. Now I'm just going to get up on these steps beside you and pat you on the other side of your shoulders. Is that okay? Phoebe exhaled after a few moments. It was okay. There was no reaction from Phoebe beyond curiosity as she turned her head towards Tia on her back and patting her shoulder. It was as if she wanted Tia to just get on with it, put her leg across to seat herself and ride away with her. I'm going to stay here for a short while until you get used to it, Tia reassured her. Phoebe did not react to Tia stretched over her back and looked mildly surprised. Anton had been holding the reins in case Phoebe panicked and moved away with Tia still lying across her. She seems to understand this lesson, he said. Phoebe seemed to have more confidence when Anton was around, as if she could depend on him. Oddly, he was allowed to go in the stable and put a halter on her any time he liked without her turning her head away. Look at her. She'll do anything for me. She clearly thinks I'm her new boyfriend. Anton told Tia that he was impressed with how much progress Phoebe had made in the 8 weeks she'd been there, as a result of Tia's careful conditioning and training. She was still thin at this point, and they would have to be patient for her to arrive at an acceptable weight by the time it came to Tia sitting up in the saddle and riding her around the arena. The day soon came when it was time for Tia to try her with a leg on each side of her, lying over her neck and being led around before sitting up fully on her. She waited until Phoebe exhaled. We can go now, she said to Anton. Anton walked Phoebe forwards a step. No reaction. Another couple of steps. No reaction. Tia began to straighten herself up in the saddle. Let's have one step forward with me up here, then we'll quit while we're ahead, she suggested. Oh, what a brave lady, Tia told her, as she slowly brought her leg back over the saddle and jumped lightly to the ground. Anton rewarded Phoebe with some mints as a special treat. There seemed to be nothing this mare would not do for Tia. They repeated the session the next day, taking a couple more steps. By the next week, Tia was riding her around the arena, with Anton leading her from a long line, gradually getting further away from her. She's incredibly intelligent, Anton enthused. Right, here goes. Unclip the line, Tia said confidently after hearing Phoebe exhale in her usual method of showing she had accepted the next stage in the learning process. Anton duly unclipped the line but remained beside her, just in case he needed to restrain her once more. Phoebe walked slowly around the arena, one circuit, then another, then a change of rein, then another circuit, a circle at each end, straight across the diagonal, then halting on the centre line. Get you, Phoebe, Tia said, grinning widely. She had dreamed about this moment, over and over again. She dismounted and led Phoebe back to her stable to relax and take in what she'd learnt that day. We'll have to make room for her trophies soon, Anton predicted. She's a darling. We'll just keep taking her slowly. We don't want to overdo it and get any aches and pains that would upset her. She can have the day off tomorrow to relax and think about it all. Then she will come back keen to work the next day. I think this calls for a celebration, Miss G, Anton suggested. I'll see if any of the others would like dinner in the Flag and Thistle later. I can invite Charlie and his girlfriend too. You are free tonight, aren't you? I am. That would be lovely, thank you, she smiled. Great. I will collect you at 7 by the lime trees. I'll be there, Tia said, wondering to herself who in their right mind would not be. Tia dropped a scented bath bomb into the running water, with a sponge for a long hot soak. She felt happy and accomplished. She was so very at peace with herself. She had completed her college course and was awaiting her final results. Her predicted grade was distinction, and the next step in her progression would be university. At one time she had been looking forward to going to university, away from home, with new people and horses to meet, but now she wanted to stay put in this heavenly place that she had made her home. She wished time would stand still, but she wanted to be the best equine therapist that she could be, and university was therefore the only option for her. She had applied to several of them earlier in the year, just to test the possibilities and to see where fate would take her next. She did not have to think about it for now. Life was at its sweetest for her, and she was doing her absolute best to let nothing happen to change that. She dressed in skinny jeans and a long, soft black pure wool cable knit jumper, which she had knitted herself. She left her hair loose, but did not consider that this casual dinner warranted a full curl effect. She put on a very light covering of makeup and slipped her feet into her sapphire blue suede court shoes. A black scarf with a sapphire blue pattern that perfectly picked out the colour of her shoes completed her casual country girl look. It would be a perfect autumnal evening style for the local pub restaurant. You didn't get a chance to meet Charlie and Jess properly at the fountain shindig, did you? Anton said to Tia, seating her next to Jessica, Charlie's girlfriend, with Christy and Handy Harry seated next in line to Tia, and Anton seated at the head of the table on the other side of Charlie. No, I didn't. You totally smashed those songs. It was fabulous to listen to, Tia said, even though she'd been sat in the garden on her own, contemplating throughout the performance. Thank you, Tia, Charlie said, smiling at her generous compliment. Has Anton not invited you to one of our jamming sessions yet? He can be rather thoughtless at times. Tia laughed. Thoughtless was not a word she would ever have used to describe Anton. I'm a bit of a bore, busy with horses and studying. I've barely had a chance to come up for air since I've been here, Tia said to make it sound like she would not ever expect such an invite. Can you sing or play an instrument, Tia? Asked Anton. Tia did not know quite how to reply to that. She did not want to brag, but her wise Jamaican grandmother used to be a session pianist and backing singer for a variety of artists. At the time, the family all lived together with her grandmother in London. When Tia's mother was at work, her grandmother would bring her to the recording studios to be babysat there after school, her mother dropping in to pick her up just before bedtime. My grandmother was a voice coach to many of the London-based singers in her latter years. She would teach me to sing and play piano when I was little. I think more for her own entertainment than for mine, so I can hold my own in a small-town karaoke competition, she joked. Well, when you get your chores all done early one day, you'll have to come and audition with us. Anton loves a bit of talent spotting. Don't you, Anton? Charlie teased. Anton grinned. I'd love to, Tia said, smiling politely, like it would never happen, like it should never happen. The conversation topics shifted to Ferdy, Painter, Phoebe, and Nicole Beckett's scandalous encounter with a man in the gents' toilets in the garden centre, told by Anton. In the gents' toilets? Tia inquired. Yes. She had walked in to wash some compost off her hands, having glanced at the sign for the ladies, which was a trendy squiggle that was almost the same as for the gents. She hadn't spotted the urinals when she walked in, and when she was drying her hands, there was a chap standing behind her, using the facilities. He saw her and was too embarrassed to ask her for her autograph, and she shot out of there like a ferret. They all squealed with laughter. "I've had such a lovely evening," Tia said to Anton as he dropped her off beside the lime trees later. "Thank you so much." "The pleasure was all mine, Miss G. I'm delighted you could join us. Let's hope Phoebe can justify more of the same in the future. Oh, and Charlie wasn't joking about you auditioning. I think he's planning to retire on someone else's pay packet one day." Tia laughed at the thought. She had genuinely had a most joyful evening and was back home in time to light the fire for an hour or two and sit beside it. The next day Anton was having a jumping session with Ferdy and Painter. Phoebe was looking far less frightful and had just been moved to the Victorian stable block. Her loose box had a stable door that opened. She now had an uninterrupted front row seat to everything that happened in the sand arena. She appeared fascinated by Painter's jumping performance, although he had been slowing up and refusing in front of a jump that had a pot plant each side of the jump wings. Ferdy dropped the jump pole very low until he gained more confidence to jump without distraction from the plants. He soon learned that they would not hurt him and returned to jumping his usual height of fence. The fence had been the closest to Phoebe's window. Tia had been watching from the staff room while tack cleaning. The next day she repeated Phoebe's previous lesson. Anton was there to ensure that there were no incidents. "Okay, I'm ready to go solo now," Tia said to Anton, announcing her plan to ride Phoebe around the arena without any roadside assistance. She had asked Anton to film the event as she was doing so well. She wanted to see if Phoebe would be happy to take a few trot strides, then return back to walk. Of course she was. Phoebe trotted a 20-meter circle with perfect manners, returning to walk before repeating it on the other rein. Again, with perfect manners. "She's feeling beautiful again." Once more around the arena in trot on each rein, and we'll end it there. The first circuit was again foot perfect. Phoebe was flowing neatly around the arena in trot, first on one rein, then the other. "I can hardly believe it," Anton said. "She must have been ridden before. She's too knowledgeable to be green. Perhaps we'll be brave and try a low cross pole tomorrow, since she's okay with stepping over poles on the ground." Just as Phoebe had completed the second circuit in trot, she caught Tia completely off guard and made her way down the jumping lane, clearing all the jumps that Tia had set for her to jump loose several days earlier. She landed in canter over the last jump and headed in the direction of the jump with the plants at either side. Tia got a feeling just like when a plane takes off and the wheels lose contact with the ground. "Oh no, she's never going to jump that." "Is she?" Tia thought to herself. "Whoa, Phoebe, no," Anton called. Before he'd finished what he was saying, Phoebe had lifted her nose like a jet plane and took off over the jump that Painter had been refusing, with perfectly aligned, neatly folded forelimbs. She had jumped 1.25 meters without a second look at the plants. She landed in trot and gracefully organized her limbs into a walk before halting, leaving Tia and Anton with their mouths open in astonishment. "Well, that was interesting. Tell me you definitely got that on film," Tia said urgently, sliding to the ground and leading Phoebe around the arena to cool down with a loose girth and stirrups run up. "Film it? I almost dropped the camera. That was world class. What on earth have you been doing to her all these weeks?" "I don't suppose you take her over some cross-country jumps just for fun," he joked, contemplating how talented this mare could be. "Well, she's been getting my special salon treatments, lots of manual therapy and gentle suppling to maximize her range of motion, but I'm not sure I can claim the credit for that performance. The dealer told me that she'd been turned away in a herd of 7 horses and forgotten about, one of them being the owner's pricey, talented jumper. She could be the one." Anton pursed his lips, looked toward the sky, and sighed as if to let her have her schoolgirl dreams. He asked her how she had managed to buy a horse like this, half dead, then less than 3 months later, clearing a scary metre 25 jump. Either one, other, or both of them had remarkable talent. She's done a watch and learn on painter's session with you yesterday, when he had a problem with that jump, when he didn't trust the scary plants. She wanted to show him how it was done. Anton raised his eyes skyward again. He gave Phoebe 2 mints. I suppose you deserve one too, Miss G, he said, offering her a mint. I think I need something stronger, like a double Nespresso from the drinks machine. That's a lot wider and higher than any fence I've ever jumped before. She was awesome. I think I'll join you. I'm intrigued about what you've done with her to get her to this performance level. Okay, but before we sit down, would you help me to trot her up and make sure she's okay, please? If you film it, I can look at her moving too. I'll also give her a good check over in her box when she's settled later. Phoebe strutted down the drive, held by Tia, who was imagining that she was trotting her up for a 5-star, 3-day event in the veterinary inspection phase. She really is feeling like she's beautiful again, and she wants to thank us, Tia told Anton wistfully. Did she scare you when she took off down the jumping lane? Anton asked. Not after her feet left the ground. I love jumping painter, but there's something extra special about Phoebe. It's as if she never wants to hurt anyone. Rescue horses can be super intuitive because they've had a different life compared with well cared for horses. As if they've learned how to be independent because they've been rejected. When they had trotted her up, they led her on towards the paddock. As she was turned loose, she galloped off, dancing joyfully through the herd, twirling around each horse. I'm convinced that the best is yet to come, Anton said. Would you like to have a sit on her next time? Tia asked, hopefully. She considered that Anton would give her much more confidence over jumps. I thought you'd never ask, Miss G, Anton said with a flash of his eyebrows and a broad grin. Chapter 9. Prospects. Anton approached Phoebe in the sand arena. Tia was holding her reins. I think it would be best if I warmed her up from the ground today instead of you, Anton said to Tia. I don't suppose you have any last-minute tips for me about any special quirks she may have, and how I should oblige her? Well, she is a bit of a diva, Tia said. You can't make her do anything because she doesn't like confrontation of any kind. She's too dignified for that. So she needs careful explanations about what you want her to do and lots of praise. Be sure to catch the thought when she begins to respond and praise her for that. Then she'll be very happy to cooperate. Treat her like a lady, not a slave. Oh, Lordy, she's one of those, is she? Anton laughed. Extra special needs. I hope she's already noticed that I make a habit of opening horsebox ramps and paying for dinner for the lady horses. Tia laughed at Anton's ever-engaging wit. He took up the end of the lunge line calmly and confidently. Phoebe, known for her gentle nature, looked at Anton with curious, intelligent eyes, as if trying to gauge his intentions. Anton began by gently stroking Phoebe's neck to establish a working connection between them. He spoke softly, reassuring her. Walk on, Anton said. Phoebe set off purposefully. Good lady. Phoebe, being an incredibly perceptive mare, quickly picked up on Anton's intentions. She responded to his cues, demonstrating her willingness to learn and cooperate. As the training session progressed, Phoebe's demeanour shifted from cautious curiosity to eager engagement. She trusted Anton, as if sensing his expertise and genuine care and respect for her well-being. Anton's skilled handling of the lunge line allowed him to communicate with Phoebe subtly. Through gentle movements and pressure on the line, he directed her gait, guiding her to walk, trot, and halt with grace and precision. Phoebe, attuned to his cues, responded with lightness and fluidity, as if to showcase her natural athleticism. She had begun to look to Anton for guidance, seeking his reassurance and approval. Her ears perked forward, attentively listening to his every instruction, as if hanging on his every word and awaiting the next activity. She seemed to like him. Recognizing her potential, Anton said, "Wow, she's push button. You've done an amazing job on this mare in such a short space of time." "Thank you," Tia said proudly. "She's actually very intelligent, so I don't think I deserve all the credit. It really is mostly her. I'm still not sure if she's been trained before, or if she's spent her life as a broodmare and just loves doing something different now. I can't make up my mind." "Time will tell." "Yes, there may well be a stubborn streak that makes an appearance at some point," Anton said. "Most of them go through that stage, and we just have to negotiate a way forward, if there is one." "Well, you're the only one that can enter her stable and put her halter on every time without her getting suspicious. To me, that's a good intention of how she's going to work with you, if she's comfortable, of course," Tia said, knowing that Anton would not have any problems with her. He was the more skilled of the two of them, as he had age and more experience with horses on his side, most likely of the types like Phoebe too. He would know what to do in any circumstances. Tia considered him a naturally gifted rider. Throughout the lunge session, Anton remained patient and attentive, adjusting his approach to suit Phoebe's individual needs and understanding. With each interaction, he treated Phoebe with kindness, acknowledging her uniqueness and appreciating her progress. Her movements were more fluid, her responses more immediate, and her trust in him evident in her relaxed posture and soft expression. "Right, let's see if I can keep up the good work from the saddle." Anton led Phoebe to the mounting block. He stood for a moment before placing a foot in the stirrup. "I've got to let her exhale, haven't I?" "Preferably," Tia said. "It's her way of telling you she's comfortable with what you've done and that she's ready for the next challenge." Phoebe nuzzled Tia, who was gently holding the reins near the bit. "I promise you everything will be okay, Phoebe. Anton won't hurt you. He just wants to see how you are with him being on your back. You're allowed to say no." Phoebe exhaled. "That's such a useful training technique. I'm going to steal that." Tia smiled. He softly adjusted the reins in his hands, put his foot in the stirrup, and swung his leg over Phoebe's back, gently easing himself centrally into the saddle and carefully feeling for the other stirrup with his foot. Phoebe continued to stand still, obediently. Anton waited for the next exhalation. It was instantaneous. With a gentle nudge from his leg and a verbal command to walk on, she began to move forward, her steps responsive. "She feels divine," Anton said. "So smooth, I can feel all her muscles working. She feels so athletic, and her back feels glorious. She feels better to ride than my great Prue, although I'm at pains to say that. Sorry, Prue." Anton had turned Phoebe to face in the direction of the jump fence at the top of the hill, where he had taken Tia for a chat the day Phoebe arrived. "Yes, she very much feels like the horse you never want to dismount," Tia said, reassured that her decision to rescue her was absolutely the right one, and puzzled as to why Anton was looking up the hill. Phoebe moved lightly around and across the arena. Her ears flicked forward, listening to Anton's soft commands, and she responded with grace and precision in that special unspoken language between a skilled rider and an attentive, trusting horse. "I'll try her over that jump," Anton said before they leapt over a crosspole. "Lovely! What a good lady! She's a dream to ride. I won't do any more with her today. I'm heavier than you, so she will be feeling the difference in weight." "I'm delighted that she went so well for you. You looked like the dream team," Tia said. "We felt like the dream team. I'm so pleased for you. You've got a fabulous horse here. Fabulously valuable, I'd say," Anton said, enthusiastically rubbing Phoebe on the neck. In response, she stood square and elegant, looking very pleased with herself. "She's never going to be for sale if I can help it," Tia said, "but you are of course welcome to ride her whenever you like. You and your family have been so kind to me here, and you believed in Phoebe. She loves you." "Well, that's the best offer I've received in a long time. I'm happy to help you train her," Anton said. "It's a deal," Tia said, grateful for Anton's offer. "Before I forget, my parents have invited you to Sunday lunch at the hall this weekend," Anton said, dismounting Phoebe. "A friend of theirs has a rather attractive proposition for you, and they wanted to give you all the details." "Oh? What's that? I mean, thank you for the invitation. I'd love to join you all for lunch. What's the dress code?" "You'll just have to show up at the hall on Sunday at 1 o'clock, and you will find out all about it. Mum and Dad have more detail than I do. Dress code? Shoes. Oh, and some clothes would help make you feel more comfortable. It's getting chillier now." Tia laughed. Anton was a never-ending source of quick-witted fun. She hoped that she would not have to leave the job. She adored every minute of it, and leaving her lovely little home above the stables was unthinkable. Leaving Anton was beginning to feel unthinkable. She found him faultless in every way and appreciated his maturity, mixed with his sense of humour, as well as his way with the horses, and even his riding style. She would wear her new midi-length red, forest green, navy blue and purple flowery dress that she had carefully chosen for autumn invitations. Now that she was earning more money and rarely went out to spend it on social events, she had taken to searching for good-as-new outfits, sourced online locally, to build up a wardrobe that she thought fit for Darleigh Dale Hall estate life. She would team the dress with a fitted black cashmere waist-length jacket and shiny leather knee-high boots with flat heels. She had a black beret and big forest green scarf to add to the outfit if it was chilly on the day. Needless to say, that outfit would require modelling at home in front of the full-length mirror and entirely quality controlled before wearing it on the day. She would wear her hair tied back in a ponytail, higher than the collar, with the ends curled. Smart country casual was her interpretation of what would be the most appropriate look for the occasion. She would buy them a token gift for their kindness. Her wise Jamaican grandmother had told her never to make a home visit to a family empty-handed. Nothing personal, a consumable was appropriate. The entrance doors were swung open by Anton, revealing a lavishly decorated foyer adorned with exquisite chandeliers, marble flooring and opulent furnishings. 2 brocade high-back wing chairs were placed either side of a grand fireplace which had been lit. The fire was roaring, comforting and welcoming. There stood a big bouquet of fresh flowers on the hall stand nearby. "Welcome, Miss Garcia. Can I take your coat and hat?" Anton said. "Thank you very much, Mr. Beckett. Here's a small gift in appreciation of your kind invitation," Tia said, smiling nervously and stepping inside, her footsteps barely audible on the plush carpeting. She stood for a moment to take in the elegant, luxurious grandeur of her surroundings. The air was filled with a delicate fragrance of beeswax polish and fresh flowers. The natural light cascading through the large windows bathed the room in a soft glow, accentuating the intricate details of the mansion's imposing architecture. She was in awe of its supremely tasteful grandeur. Anton was wearing cream chinos, brown suede brogues, and brown checked flannel shirt. He looked exceptionally dashing. "Oh, how kind of you! A chili sauce set. Those won't last long here. We're all very fond of chili. All different strengths. How thoughtful of you to get a set that's graded from 1 to 5. I'd say that will be a bottle for each of us. Thank you so much. How was your journey?" "Very pleasant, thank you," Tia said, smiling, walking in front of Anton as he ushered her towards the dining room. The grandeur of the room, with its ornate chandeliers, tall windows, and beautifully set table, took her breath away. She glanced around, admiring the mix of antique and modern furniture and artwork adorning the walls. She soaked up the ambience of refined opulence, yet retaining a sense of coziness, given that were possible at a 12-seat dining table. 3 large sofas were placed in a U-shape in front of the fireplace, and the fire had been lit to add to the comfort within the room. As Tia stepped further into the room, she was greeted by Anton's family, who stood up from their places next to the fireplace. "Tia, it's lovely to see you again," Jeremy Beckett said. "Yes, we're so pleased you could join us," Nicole Beckett said. "This is my eldest son, Tom. I don't think you've met him yet." Tom extended a hand towards Tia. "How do you do, Tia?" "How do you do, Tom? Lovely to meet you," Tia said, shaking his hand as he nodded with a warm, friendly expression. A tall girl with long blonde hair, perfectly made up to complement her naturally beautiful looks, breezed into the room in a flowing white blouse and 3/4 length tweed trousers with brown pumps. "This is our daughter, Annalise. She's home from university this weekend." "How do you do, Tia? I've heard great things about you. It's so lovely to meet you at last," Annalise said. "How do you do, Annalise? Likewise." "Let's all sit at the table now that we're all here," Jeremy said. "We're delighted to have you join us for Sunday lunch. Please take a seat." "Yes, do make yourself comfortable, dear. Anton has told us so much about you and your new horse since we all met at the fountain party," Nicole said. "I'm so delighted that you invited me. Thank you." Tia smiled warmly, feeling a mix of excitement and gratitude for the warm reception she received. She was seated in between Tom and Annalise, who sat next to Jeremy, who was seated at the head of the table. Nicole was seated next to Jeremy, on his other side, and Anton was seated next to his mother. He was directly opposite Tia. Her gaze briefly met Anton's. She felt a sense of comfort in his presence. She had never been to such a formal family dinner before. She felt out of place, but would take Anton's lead. He smiled at her. She smiled back at him. As Tia settled into her seat, the housekeeper, Mrs. Carter, moved gracefully around the table, placing a selection of serving dishes with precision and care. The delicious aromas wafting from the dishes made Tia's stomach growl in anticipation. "Tia, I hope you're hungry. Mrs. Carter has prepared a delightful Sunday lunch for us today," Nicole said. "Thank you, Mrs. Carter. Everything looks and smells delicious." Tia was aware of how much attention to detail and the culinary artistry that went into each dish, even though they were plain, lowly vegetables as trimmings for the main dish. Knowing that Tia was vegetarian, they were having a hearty nut roast. "We always try to get together for Sunday lunch," Jeremy said. "Otherwise I doubt if we'd see our children from one end of the new year to the next," he joked. Tia admired the warmth and closeness of the Beckett family, their genuine care for one another evident in their interactions. She felt welcomed and included, as if she were part of their circle. It was an immensely polite gesture for them to present a nut roast for dinner and not a traditional meat offering. She wondered what the proposition for her was, but was not expecting it to be announced until after the meal. This family felt so very special to her. They did not need to take her under their wing, but they very generously did. Her own family just didn't have the resources to be so generous. She wondered if she had a guardian angel. Tia's mare has turned out to be a talented performer, Anton said. I rode her this week. She reminded me so much of Prue. Although it's hard to tell if it's Tia's prep that has made her such a pleasure to ride, he said, winking at her. Tia blushed, appreciating the indirect compliment. We're very happy to hear that the mare is doing so well, Jeremy said. She's certainly come a long way with you. I've seen her in the paddock, looking better and better each week. She's rather lovely. Thank you. She's a proper diva, Tia said. So special and tries really hard to please. She loves her work. That makes the job of training her really easy for me. She may have been ridden before, so I perhaps don't deserve all the credit. She's very easy to do. We've become very attached to each other. That's very magnanimous of you. Refreshingly honest, in fact, Jeremy said. And you bought her for £500 with barely a morsel of flesh on her, for stunt riding? Tia looked down in embarrassment. Phoebe would never engage in such undignified cavorting around with a rider hanging off her back, twirling and spinning as she galloped. Anton quickly interjected to take the conversation in another direction. I must apologise. Dad has no filters. He's been acting for so long that we don't even recognise the real him anymore. They all laughed. I'm just teasing you, Tia. It sounds like she's a very capable horse. Thank you, Mr. Beckett. It's exciting to put her through her paces over jumps. I have to stop myself from letting her do too much, just because she can, and probably would. I'm looking forwards to competing her, if I can. Anton said, I'll join the queue to compete her whenever you think she's ready, but wait a while longer because she's not quite in her best condition. We've seen her jump down the jumping lane, so she clearly loves the job, but just needs to get stronger. I'd love that, Anton, Tia said. It felt strange to her to be using his first name, although more appropriate for the intimate family gathering, especially there were now 3 Mr. Becketts in the room. I really appreciate any extra support and your experience with riding horses. Anton winked at her again. The pleasure will undoubtedly be all mine. This time Tia's heart flipped. She must try harder not to take this personally. It was, after all, nothing more than a business arrangement and an offer of help with her talented horse. We talked and just could not let you fail with Phoebe, Anton said. We love it when our staff members do well with the horses, Nicole said. It's deeply gratifying to know that we've contributed to their success in some small way. Small, thought Tia. They have no clue how much they have contributed to my life. I'm living the dream at their expense, and all they want to do is see me achieve the best I can. Anton tells me you're waiting for your equine therapy exam results. You're not quite 18 yet, are you? Jeremy asked. Yes, the results should be with me next week. I will be 18 the week after. A momentous week ahead for you then, Annalise said. I loved my 18th. I had the most enjoyable time of my life. Not so enjoyable last year. I was sitting an exam next day, so had to keep away from the partying. That's too scary. What are you studying? Tia asked. Medicine. I'm the left brain of the family, although I do get high marks for my role-playing, Annalise joked. Our sis needs her early nights, Anton said. Yes, there are times when a career in hospitality and event planning seem like the better option? She laughed. We couldn't peel you out of your bed when you were younger, so much so that the late nights and even later mornings was always going to be your calling, Jeremy said. Oh, Dad, if you only knew how useful it was to be a night owl now. I can really go the distance with all the practice I had as a teenager. They all laughed. A doctor in training. That's awesome. It must be so rewarding, Tia said, being careful not to ask personal questions or make personal remarks. It actually is. I love it when I'm on work experience. It's certainly a job that requires a great deal of sacrifice and dedication. But I really do love all the daily challenges that make no 2 days the same, Annalise said. Tia now felt an affinity with Annalise, as both of them had rehabilitation as a career in common. She understood how committed Annalise must be. Working with poorly horses was one thing, but working with poorly people was a massive responsibility. She liked Annalise. Are you planning to go on to university? Jeremy said to Tia. Anton shot a focused look in Tia's direction. Yes, I've considered it, but I would take a gap year, Tia said. There was no way she was going to give up her job and home at Darleigh Dale Hall, or Phoebe. She began to feel overwhelmed. She was sat with a privileged family whose choices were fully supported and funded. She had to make her own way in life because her parents were preoccupied with surviving. University was not the norm in her family. The Becketts had no idea how much opportunity they had provided her with. She wanted to make the most of it. She nevertheless needed to go to university to learn everything she could about treating horses. She had originally wanted to be a veterinary surgeon, but considered veterinary physiotherapy to suit her better, although to have studied for both roles would be the ultimate dream come true for her. She had decided to focus on veterinary physiotherapy first, then see what the future had in store for her. She would put university on hold for next year and continue to gain experience with therapy. Well, we would love it if you would stay with us for your gap year, although we'd understand it if you wanted to go off to outer Mongolia on a camel or a mule, or whatever the indigenous four-legged mode of transport is, Jeremy said. We wouldn't stand in your way. They all laughed. Throughout the meal, lively conversation filled the dining room. Anton's family asked Tia about her interests, her aspirations, and her experiences. Tia, feeling at ease among them, shared anecdotes and engaged in thoughtful discussions about training and rehabilitating horses. The dining experience was not only a feast for the palate, but also for the senses. The harmonious blend of flavours, the laughter shared, and the stories exchanged created a tapestry of unforgettable memories. As the meal drew to a close, Mrs. Carter cleared the table with precision, her presence in the room seamlessly blending with the conversation that continued to flow. Tia leaned back in her chair, feeling grateful for the genuine connections she had formed with Anton's family. Well, let me tell you what my friend Jonathan has in mind for your next career step, Jeremy announced. Tia's heart sank. She did not want to leave Darleigh Dale Hall. Not so soon. She tried to look politely interested as the family had been so generous in inviting her to share their Sunday lunch with her. Jonathan asked me at the weekend if he could use this house for a wedding dress modelling backdrop, or whatever the photography lingo is these days. He saw you at our fountain party and asked me to find out if you would audition for the role. It's not unusual for him to use our parties for talent spotting. He's offered to photograph you here so that everything is above board, nothing at all dodgy. One of us can be a chaperone, as you're still technically a minor. Then he would see how photogenic you are to model the wedding dresses. It should pay well if he books you. 4 figures, You never know where it might lead. I would love to, Tia said, delighted. All opportunities, adding to her equine rehabilitation fund, could not be passed over. Jonathan will be here next Wednesday morning at 9 o'clock, Nicole said. I'll be your chaperone so that you feel comfortable with the shoot. Jonathan is a great friend of ours. I'll make sure that you are happy with everything that's required of you. Chapter 10. Captivating. Tia buckled her belt and slipped on the blue suede court shoes. She brushed her hair and had a final look in the mirror. She was wearing skinny leg jeans, folded up above her ankles in a 1950s cropped style. A black vest top with a navy blue mohair waist-length cardigan completed the understated look. She had been directed to present herself without any makeup, with close-fitting clothing. As she approached the grand entrance of Darleigh Dale Hall, she felt a mixture of nervousness and excitement. The magnitude of the opportunity she had been given was not lost on her. She was once again in awe of the majestic beauty of the grand old building. Her eyes widened as she noticed a team of professionals bustling around, setting up the photo shoot. A photographer, lighting technician, stylist, and makeup artists were on hand to ensure that every detail was perfect. As she walked further into the house, she felt a mixture of nerves and determination. She took a deep breath, summoning as much of her inner confidence as she could, and reminded herself of the opportunity she had been so fortunate to receive. She was doing this for the horses, not her ego. Hi, you must be Tia. I'm Natalie, the hairstylist. Hi, lovely to meet you, Natalie. I've no clue what I'm supposed to do. Unless there are horses involved, of course. Tia laughed nervously. She had prepared herself in advance for any disappointment at not getting the modelling job by imagining how great it would be to have some professional photos. She would nevertheless have plenty to dream herself to sleep with that night. The photographer Jane will soon put you at ease. I'll be working on your hairstyle throughout the shoot. Is that okay? Okay, Tia thought. It's nothing short of a monumental dream come true. That sounds fabulous. Jane, the photographer, welcomed her. Hello, Tia. I'm Jane. Welcome to this beautiful mansion. How are you feeling about your first professional shoot? Lovely to meet you, Jane. I'm a little nervous, but also very excited. This place is amazing. It feels like a fairy tale setting. I've never been in such a beautiful house before, Tia said, regretting what she said about never being surrounded in such luxury before. She felt an air of uneasiness come over her. She really did not feel like she belonged there. I'm delighted to hear that you like it so much, Tia. It certainly has that enchanting vibe. Today we'll be focusing on capturing your natural beauty and versatility, as these photographs will be for auditioning wedding dresses. Since you're not quite 18, I understand you may not have experience getting married, but we'll use your imaginative daydreaming and emotions to bring out the desired expressions. Are you comfortable with that? Asked Jane. Yes, absolutely. I can definitely do the daydreaming bit, Tia said, not admitting to knowing what it feels like to have romantic feelings. Acting that part should be easy enough, she thought. She could always pretend she was thinking about Painter and what joy he brought to her. Well, that sounds perfect, Tia. Your imagination will bring a unique touch to the photographs. Now, I see you're wearing plain clothes and no makeup. That's great because we want to showcase your natural beauty today. The focus will be on your expressions and the way you carry yourself. Is there anything specific you'd like to discuss or any questions you have before we begin? I trust your expertise, but I'm curious about the types of poses or expressions that work well for wedding dress auditions. I might laugh. Are there any specific ideas you have in mind? I'd love to have you laughing in the photos. This is all about being your natural self, Tia. But for wedding dress auditions, we want to capture elegance, grace, and a sense of joy, before we use the dress. We'll explore different poses that highlight your personality, yet maintain mystique. Readers love to imagine the story behind the image. Soft smiles, dreamy gazes, and delicate moments can help convey the emotions associated with weddings. Of course, we can discuss and experiment with different ideas during the shoot as well. Thank you. That gives me something to get started with, Tia said. Great. Are you ready to start? I'm ready, Tia smiled, feeling like a complete fake. How could they not know she was just an ordinary girl that lived for horses, to the extent that she had no time for beauty enhancing and all the adornments that go with it? She had absolutely no interest in attracting a life partner either, let alone pretending to be getting married to one. Wonderful. We'll start by finding the perfect spots in this mansion to create some captivating shots. I'll guide you through the poses and expressions, but feel free to let your imagination flow and bring your own ideas to the table. Get ready to embrace your daydreams, enthused Jane, making a phone call. Nicole, we're just about ready. We're in the drawing room. As Tia and the photographer moved into the grand hallway of the mansion, the sunlight streamed through the tall windows, adding a soft glow to the surroundings and to Tia's complexion. The photographer positioned her near the window of the grand entrance hall, looking out towards the lake, creating an ethereal theme. Tia, dressed in plain clothes, felt a mix of excitement and vulnerability. The absence of any makeup for this once-in-a-lifetime experience made her feel unexpectedly exposed. The photographer's gentle guidance and encouragement helped ease her nerves. She directed Tia to sit gracefully on the window seat, her eyes slightly closed, as if lost in a daydream. With each click of the camera, Tia's anticipation and imaginative spirit shone through, evoking the feeling of a young girl lost in the enchantment of her sumptuous surroundings, for a moment believing that she lived there. As the shoot progressed, Tia's initial vulnerability transformed into understated confidence. The photographer skillfully captured her genuine emotions and the innocence of her expressions. Let's go outside to see how natural light makes a difference to your complexion. Although we can manipulate the images, it's important that we get some raw shots of you. Sorry about that expression. Oh, I'm okay with that, Tia said. Raw describes me arriving in the feed room early in the morning, along with the blast of cold morning air, as I lead the horses to the paddocks. Where do you think you'd be most comfortable, Tia? I would like to go to the walled garden. I think that would work well for me. It's beautiful there. You lead the way then. Tia walked over to the pair of purple hydrangea bushes in the white tulip-shaped sculpted urns, high up on either side of the entrance to the garden. They would match her shoes. It was a warm, sunny day with blue skies, and the flower borders had golden foliage with pink, white and purple fuchsias sprouting among them. Rich red roses flanked the walls to the stone steps down into the garden. Good choice, Tia, said Jane. Imagine this is your future husband's garden, and you are seeing it for the first time after he has proposed to you. If she only knew, Tia chuckled to herself. She posed standing, with an elbow on one of the old brick plinths and the hydrangeas above head height. She joined her hands and crossed her legs so that her feet were close together. Jane asked her to turn 45 degrees to the camera, then away from the camera, looking to one side, then seated on the steps to the garden, then walking up them, turning to look behind her, then seated again with a foot on one step and her other foot placed on 2 steps below it, then resting an elbow casually on the highest knee and looking slightly to the side as if her husband-to-be were calling her. Oh, Lordy, that's going to make me look like a standing alarmed meerkat, Tia thought to herself. Perhaps not, Jane said. How about looking around at your horse, and you hear her whinnying to you? Great, that's exactly what I had in mind. One more set in here. Where would you like to go now? "I'll sit on the bench behind the yew hedge," Tia said. That was where she had hidden away on the night of the party. That would certainly bring out the wistfulness in her expression as she recalled why she went there that night. "Oh, lovely. You're really getting the hang of this now. Put your hands together under your chin and rest your elbows on your knees and look charmed. Then I think we'll be done. Jonathan, I'm downloading the first set of images now. Come to the kitchen," Jane called. Tia took a coffee into the garden. She sat by the fountain and reflected on how far she had come since the fountain party. She felt truly blessed. She loved her heavenly little apartment in the stables above the horses, overlooking their paddocks, and if she had to choose between the two, there was no contest. The walled garden on the other side of the house, that was surrounded by the hilly paddocks, was also rather glorious to her. She would have a fabulous night's dreaming before dropping off to sleep that night. 20 minutes later, Jane called Tia to the kitchen where Jonathan and Nicole were seated in front of a laptop. "Hello, Tia. Lovely to see you again. Thank you very much for agreeing to take part today," Jonathan said. "These images are super. We wouldn't normally encourage someone quite so young to pose for wedding pictures, but you look more mature than your actual age in these." Tia smiled. "That's really kind of you. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you for inviting me. I've had a wonderful time." "Based on these pictures, would you like to repeat the session with makeup and wearing one of the dresses?" Jonathan asked. "If you look equally as good with Natalie's magic makeup and can do the dress justice, you can consider yourself hired. Of course, there would be a session contract to sign and you would go to the dress shop to pick out wedding dresses and have them fitted to you." "I love that," Tia said. "Sounds good to me," Nicole said. "Do we continue now or would this be on another day?" Tia asked. "Well, I think we should strike while the complexion is hot," Jonathan teased. "Let's go for it now. Then we could be wrapped by lunchtime." "Come with me, Tia," Natalie said. Tia sighed with contentment and joy as she sat down in the chair in front of an ornate gold leaf mirror in the hall with Natalie's extensive makeup kit all laid out in front of her on the matching hall stand. She had never felt this special in her whole life. She felt like a princess surrounded by ladies in waiting. These people believed in her. She had never had so much attention or so many compliments about her looks or what she considered to be her acting. "I'm going to create a demure young bride look, as you look so much like a young Audrey Hepburn. I will emphasize your eyes with eyeliner and use a mink-coloured shimmer under your eyebrows. I then won't need to use bright lipstick. We'll see what you look like with a slightly darker shade than your own lip colour. I think more of a browny red than a pinky red because of your glossy dark hair. A hint of blusher and contouring on your cheekbones will keep you looking natural. I can add eyelashes too. We can always come back and apply more makeup after the first set of pictures have been taken. It's always interesting to see how our models look with less, then more makeup. We can't really tell what the best look is until we've created it, and Jonathan has his own ideas about how it should all look against the backdrop of the surrounding scenery." "You're brilliant, Natalie. I'm sure anything you do would look fabulous. I can't believe I'm sitting here having my makeup applied by a professional," Tia said with her widest grin. "Thank you, Tia. You're the one with the gorgeous good looks. I just love getting to see the before and even better after," Natalie said. Tia settled into a blissful hour of glorious girly pampering. The pictures were promising to be outstanding. While Natalie worked on her makeup, she was imagining how she would pose with the wedding dress and makeup on. She would be the best fake bride ever. This was going to be her best performance ever. She wondered how expensive the dress would be and what style. She stood in front of the mirror wearing the exquisite wedding dress. With the makeup and Darleigh Dale Hall interior as the backdrop, she was a magnificent truly breathtaking sight. The gown, with its delicate lace, intricate beadwork, and flowing train, embraced her figure with elegance and grace. Her eyes widened with awe, and her jaw dropped as she took in the image before her, feeling a mix of excitement and wonder at how beautiful she looked. She never dreamed that she could look this good. As she gazed at her reflection, she was transported into a world of even more dreams and possibilities. Her eyes shimmered with a soft, ethereal, radiant gaze, framed by perfectly curving eyeliner, which continued just beyond the corner of each eyelid. Her delicate, subtle lashes added to her wide-eyed young bride look. The colour of her lips was a subtle reddish-brown glossy glow, adding a hint of allure to her smile. The overall effect was one of timeless beauty, perfectly capturing the essence of a very classy young bride on her special day. The wedding dress enveloped her in its intricate details and flowing fabric. She felt so very special, embracing an imaginary new role and experiencing a glimpse of what it might be like to be a bride. Her heart surged with a mixture of emotions. There was a sense of innocence and purity, coupled with a touch of vulnerability, as she imagined herself walking down the aisle. The gentle swish of the dress trailing behind her, with the loving gaze of her partner awaiting her at the altar. She had never dreamed of being a bride before, but she could now understand why so many people getting married longed far in advance for the greatest day of their lives. She recognized the weight of tradition and the profound transformative significance of this symbolic garment that she now wore. She was taken aback by the feelings this dress had invoked in her. It was as if a version of herself had yet to manifest. Her many different poses showcased the intricate details of the gown and the ethereal aura it bestowed upon her. With each click of the camera, she felt herself becoming more immersed in the role of a bride. She delicately held the bouquet of flowers, her hands trembling ever so slightly with a mixture of nerves and excitement. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with the lens, allowing her smile to radiate the joy and anticipation of a young woman about to embark on a joyful voyage of deep love and commitment. As she delicately adjusted the veil, she took a deep breath, grounding herself in the present moment before breezing out of the drawing-room door. She was going to well and truly rock this excellent photo shoot with smiles, twirls, whirls, and all-consuming finesse. This was a real-life dream, and she was going to embrace it full on. They moved from room to room, exploring the mansion's elegant spaces, incorporating elements like mirrors, chandeliers, and plush velvet sofas to enhance the fairy tale atmosphere. Tia would then stand poised and radiant in the wedding dress, her movements carefully choreographed to capture the essence of bridal beauty. "You're well and truly made for this role," Jane said excitedly. "It's just so wonderful to feel so gorgeous for a change. I'm loving it." As she stood looking out onto the grand fountain, with a hand softly parting the floor to high-ceiling golden brocade curtains, and the sunlight highlighting her hair, a small black cat shot across the room. "Rupert, don't you dare!" Nicole yelled. Rupert just had to dare. Before Nicole had completed her request, he dived onto the dress, hopped onto Tia's shoulder, and halted with his claws stuck. Tia was alarmed. The camera had caught her with a look of horror as she turned in the direction of it, with her arms high in the air to dislodge the creature. She had no idea what type of animal Rupert was, and assumed that the clawed pressure on her shoulder was being applied by a rat. She began to shriek and then to cry. She dropped to the floor and looked up, awaiting help. Jane kept on taking pictures. It was an unusually comical scene. "I'm so very sorry, everyone. This one is mildly feral," Nicole said, holding the juvenile cat under its belly. Claws were now firmly embedded through layers of fabric over Tia's shoulders. Tia was now crying in pain. The claws struck deeper into her shoulders as Nicole tried to pull the stiffened cat off her. Still, Jane continued to take pictures. The scene was under control, and there was nothing else she could do. This was high drama to an artist. Anton entered the room. He had been to a business meeting and was wearing a dark formal suit and tie. "Oh, Lordy, the cat came in as I opened the door. Here, let me help. Come on, young chap. Withdraw your weaponry. This is not part of the curtains." Anton was giggling. Tia had collapsed on the floor, looking at Anton with a look of fury. Jane continued evidencing the scene. She too was giggling. "Let me help you up," Anton said to Tia, offering his hand. Tia found it hard to move off the ground amongst the thick layers of fabric. She wriggled several times, trying to free herself from the fabric, which had become wrapped around her legs like an octopus. "This is going to need a fireman's lift," Anton said, trying to find the back of Tia's knees through the dress. "Got you. Why don't we have a picture of me rescuing you from a cat?" Tia was sorely embarrassed. As Anton held her up with one arm under her back and the other under her knees, he grinned for the camera. Tia's makeup was tear-stained as she frowned at Anton. This latest drama involving Anton was indefensible. "Put me down!" She did not see the funny side of it at all, although it felt somewhat soothing to be held off the ground in Anton's arms. "Just one more shot," Jane said, seizing the opportunity to conclude the unrehearsed drama on film. "Get me to the church on time. Miss Garcia, you look divine. Who's the thoroughly blessed individual that got you to say yes? Come on, let's have one of you imagining that you were really getting married to me." He grinned, trying to distract Tia from her embarrassment. Tia noticed a glint in Anton's eye and that he could barely take his eyes off her for more than a few seconds. Tia conceded cleverly. "You could have at least bought me an engagement ring." "Oh, how beastly of me. Have we got time to go to Tiffany's? We could take a private jet," Anton asked, feigning earnest. "I didn't get you one because I wanted you to choose your own ring." "And Phoebe would need a tiara," Tia said, now beginning to see the funny side of this latest fiasco. "Of course, no expense spared," laughed Anton. "I think I'll have to decline," Tia said. "Decline? Why?" asked Anton anxiously. "Well, you haven't even so much as bought me dinner." "How even more beastly of me. Look, let me suggest St. Moritz for the first leg of the honeymoon. It's lovely at this time of year. We could grab a bit of lunch there after the wedding." The exchange had distracted from further humiliation. Tia had tried hard to hide her embarrassment in Anton's presence. She had sensed his attraction to her. She felt shy and somewhat overwhelmed. Somehow it was meaningful to her that someone of his social standing could be impressed with her, and impressed he was. She had no expectations of him, but it felt good to know that she could make him turn back to look over his shoulder at her. She felt truly grown up for the first time in her life, as if her childhood had now passed. "Anton, that's enough. You're getting more like your father every day," Nicole said, sensing Tia's embarrassment. "I'll make the coffee," Anton said, putting Tia down and leaving the room. "Let's get you back to Natalie. I'll get back to Jonathan with these images while your makeup is being retouched," Jane said. Tia walked elegantly out of the drawing room, exaggerating a sense of modesty to salvage the undignified jollity of the end of her photo shoot. After several minutes, Jonathan entered the hall purposefully. "These images are good enough to be considered as the final shoot. They really are spectacularly realistic. You're a natural." Tia beamed. Jane snapped that shot. "Even the one with the cat attached to you. I'll keep those for a horror scene that I've got in mind. It would make a very realistic Bride of Frankenstein reenactment. Superb! Tia managed a wry smile at Jonathan. I don't think I need any with you in more makeup at this stage. Tia's heart sank with bitter disappointment at the plans to discontinue the photo shoot. She felt she was now going to be overlooked for the job because of Anton letting a feral cat into the pop-up studio. Let's get the contract drawn up for you to consider, and we'll talk money and hope that you can tear yourself away from the horses long enough to model the entire collection, Jonathan said. Tia was astonished. Thank you so much, Jonathan. I'd be delighted to consider working with you. Her astonishment turned to elation, and she almost burst with the feeling of joy. I just knew you'd be the one. Extraordinary. Let's talk on Monday. Perhaps we could have a picture with me sitting on a horse in one of these exquisite gowns. Whatever you say, Tia, we welcome creativity from our models. That'll certainly be one for the trophy room, joked Anton, returning with the coffees. Chapter 11. Control. I've passed with distinction, Tia enthused, showing her results transcript to Christie in the staff room. Was there ever any doubt? Anton said as he walked into the room. Good morning, Aunt, said Christie. We were just about to celebrate Tia's success with a coffee. We need to celebrate her 18th as well, Anton said. Tia, can we arrange for you to have a party? Dad has already suggested that we could have a shindig at the hall or aboard the yacht for a more intimate gathering. At least we could sail far enough away so that we wouldn't upset the neighbours. Tia blushed. You've all been far too kind to me already. Well, unless you've made other plans, Anton asked. Tia did not want to reveal that up to now her parents appeared to be completely indifferent to her coming of age. Give or take a surprise party, I'm not entirely sure what's happening. She considered that her parents should have the benefit of the doubt. They had always done their best with what they had, and she had always tried her best to acknowledge their efforts, however small. Her thoughts turned to her 18th party outfit. She would need to go shopping, online, without delay. She had been engrossed in the photo shoot opportunity, but now that a party had been suggested, she would need to improve on her fountain party outfit. Can I suggest that you celebrate with us on the Saturday after your birthday, so you can have a get-together with your family on your actual birthday? They are, of course, most welcome to join us too, Anton said, acknowledging that her parents would have already made plans for her actual birthday. There's really no need. You've all been really kind to me every single day that I've been here. We love any excuse for a party, believe me, Anton said. Mum and Dad would be absolutely delighted to host an 18th party on the yacht. In fact, Dad already suggested it a couple of weeks ago. He suggested we sail to Bastille Bay with all the stable staff, moor there and eat at the Seahorse, including your friends and family, of course. Tia was incredulous at the Becketts' generosity. It felt very difficult for her to reject their offer, but she felt sure that they would know that their staff were unlikely to be in a position to fund any glamorous get-togethers. They were the kindest people she'd ever met. She knew that they were in a position to afford it, but did not want to exploit their generosity in any way. It nevertheless felt like they really took care of their staff. She could not afford to fund the party in terms of beverages and food. She did not know how she could ever repay them except for being 100% dedicated to her job, though she really did want to make her 18th birthday memorable. I would be just as happy with a get-together in the staff room so that all the horses and Lula could be here with us, Tia said, ever thoughtful about her beloved animal friends. A DJ and live band in here would be too loud and perhaps upset the horses. One of us might fall onto Lula on the sofa while we're dancing. That would be me, Anton said, Tia laughed. Anton had a point about the logistics. He was not going to let her have a quiet celebration. Okay, an evening on the yacht would be wonderful. Thank you very much. You really are too kind. Not at all. The pleasure would be all ours. That's assuming I will get an invite too. Oh, let me see what I can do, Tia laughed. That's so very good of you, Anton laughed. Christy had left the conversation to make the coffee, adding no further comment. Tia wondered if Christy had celebrated her 18th with a party at the Becketts, or not. Tia was absolutely thrilled, and was certain that the pleasure would almost certainly not be all theirs. It would be yet another Darleigh Dale Hall dream come true. Her parents had not made any special plans for her. A meal in the next town had been mooted last year, although it was likely that Tia would have to pay for most of it. She had not shared very much about her work placement with them. She considered them too preoccupied with their daily commitments to show an interest in hers. Darleigh Dale Hall was her sanctuary from life's problems because every little detail was taken care of. She was entirely insulated from life's struggles. She was happy and content and would let nothing intrude on her cherished opportunity. She wanted to maintain a distance between her two lives so that absolutely nothing could spoil each working day. Most of all, she wanted to maintain a focus on her equine therapy career. She had achieved a first firm step, and now it was her time to make the next step happen, even though it meant having a university gap year. She was nevertheless gaining hands-on experience. That, together with her reading, would be good experience in preparation for higher level study. The wedding dresses are from top young Dutch designer San van Langeood, who designs and makes dresses for European royalty. They were so impressed with your portfolio that they want to offer you £10,000 for 2 days' work modelling the spring collection, Jonathan said. Well, that's insanely good pay for a newbie, Nicole said. It sounds like an offer with an embedded retainer fee. They don't want to risk you being lured away to other fashion houses as soon as they see the images, Jonathan suggested. Tia could hardly believe what she was hearing. £10,000 would pay for her to get started as a freelance equine exercise therapist. It would pay for driving lessons and a car. I'd be delighted to accept. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Tia was beaming. Not at all. I should be thanking you for being so easy to work with on set. You're a one-take wonder. Every one of your photos is a winning shot, including the Bride of Frankenstein set. You make our work exceptionally easy. Tia's jaw dropped open. She had always considered herself reasonably pretty without having to use makeup, except for special occasions such as competitions, but this was an extraordinary compliment. Natalie's makeup had clearly hit the spot. I think as you're almost 18, it would be less complicated for you to wait to sign the contract till then, Nicole said. Our contract lawyer is a friend. He will look over the document for you. That would be amazing. Thank you so much, Nicole. That's so very generous of you, Tia said. She could now begin daydreaming about eventually owning a trendy little car with her equine rehabilitation business signage on it. Would you excuse me? Anton is waiting to ride Phoebe back at the stables. I really should go now. Anton was already riding Phoebe when Tia arrived back there. I think she's ready for a local show or two. I'd love to compete her for you. Riding her is like sitting in a Rolls Royce sipping champagne. She makes me feel like I look good on her. If he only knew how much he did, Tia thought. Would you? I'd absolutely love to see her being ridden at a competition. Perhaps we could bring Painter too for me to ride. I wouldn't want to see Phoebe going to a party while he had to stay home. Great idea, but not in the same class, as I'd never survive the embarrassment if you beat me. I've got my reputation to think of. You would, of course, let me win, wouldn't you? Of course not, said Tia, laughing. Have you been down the jumping lane with her yet? I put up a slightly more challenging grid than usual. It's still only 60 centimetres, but I thought it would be good for her to see more variety of fences than usual. I was just letting her have a break before attempting that. She's ready to go now. I'll give her another couple of laps around in walk first, just to make doubly sure. Tia took a couple of moments to fully absorb how bedazzling her life had become. She had not told Anton about Jonathan's offer. Entering the sand arena meant business to her. It was more important to her in that moment to track Phoebe's progress than her own. Somehow the tracks of both their lives had converged to subsist on each other's progress towards a safe and meaningful life that both had the opportunity to reward the other with, in different ways. She would not, however, allow Phoebe to be exploited in any way. She would protect her from harm, like she had promised. Phoebe would only have to become the best she could to fulfill her part of the partnership, not the best that someone else wanted her to be. Let's go, Phoebe, Anton said, picking up a trot, then a light balanced canter towards the jumping lane. Phoebe's ears pricked up. She appeared to enjoy jumping, and she also appeared to want to please. Over the first element, a cross-pole bounced to an upright. The second, a wide oxer. The third, another upright. The fourth, the 80-centimetre planks. And the fifth, a water tray under a 90-centimetre upright. It was a challenging puzzle for an unknown horse. No hesitation, no loss of momentum, no loss of balance, and absolutely no fear of the type of jumps. She remained in canter as if she were about to be asked to do it all again. Anton let her canter on to see what she would do without any pressure. She took him down the jumping lane again. He was taken aback. I honestly can hardly believe what this mare is capable of. Even though the jumps are low for her because she's still unfit, she's just so perfect, as if she had a lot more to give, Anton said. She's my girl, said Tia proudly. She's been watching Painter again. I jumped him through those this week. And I'd put her in the stable where she could watch him. You can certainly pick them, buying her even without a sit on her. Be careful about your watch and learn strategy. Newly backed horses can throw in a surprise when they get brave. I will, but I didn't feel I needed to sit on her. Special horses will perform regardless of an audition. We just have to give them a chance. Apart from wanting to help her, I gave her a little test that a wise old horseman showed me. He said it was his secret, and as he was getting old, he wanted to pass it on. Anton looked at her with deep interest. Really, I do love a secret. As Phoebe loves you so much, I will tell you. When I first approached her at the dealer's barn, I watched her to see how interested she was in approaching me. When she showed no hesitation, I waited for her to stand in front of me, then pressed her side, gently, to see if she would move over, and how lightly the pressure needed to be for her to understand what I wanted. She moved over without hesitation. Then I did the same on the other side, and she responded again. And? Said Anton, intrigued. I knew at that point that she at least had training potential, and that was perhaps why she had been a broodmare and not ridden, so that she could pass on her talents rather than risk being broken and injured with training. I've tested Painter, and he does it too. Remarkable. I wonder if it works on people too. Tia laughed. She could always rely on Anton to find the funny side of everything. I'll book Phoebes into the show on Sunday, Anton said. I actually don't care what she's like there. She's such a goddess to ride. Can I take her for a stroll round the park? Of course, she'd love that. Can I watch from the jump at the top of the hill? Be my guest. That will be the perfect spot for you, said Anton quietly, pausing to look in that direction, as if something were about to appear there. I'll go round that field and meet you up there. Take the quad bike. Tia wondered why Anton became a little subdued about that spot, remembering when he had brought her there by the hand on Phoebe's first day. Perhaps he had fallen off a horse there. She did not feel that she should probe. "Okay, see you there." Tia was happy. She loved watching Anton ride Phoebe so harmoniously and seeing her perform so willingly for him without a hint of coercion. She was deeply flattered that he admired Phoebe so much. Seeing him bring out the best in her rescue horse was an immense tribute to her professional standing. Anton came into view from the distant woods, walking along the fence line. Phoebe appeared relaxed, but as he passed each fence she would raise her neck and look in that direction, as if to ask him if there was any possibility that they could jump them while they were out there. He picked up trot, and she trod rhythmically and lightly on the ground. It was a different pace to when she was working in the sand arena. It was even more cadent and active. Tia realized what Anton meant about her being a Rolls-Royce to ride. There were qualities about her that she had not seen before, or felt. Pride, power, possession, as if control of her whole body flowed through every muscle as she moved. She was alert, shining, and purposeful, bedazzling even. Anton patted and scratched her neck occasionally. He looked as if he were talking to her. He brought her back to walk, then to trot, back to walk again, as if to test her brakes. Then he cantered for a dozen or so strides, then back to trot. Phoebe remained calm and gracious. He turned towards Tia, who was seated at the top of the hill. He asked for canter again, and Phoebe obliged. She started in a slow canter, then got faster, then faster again. Soon she was galloping with Anton, motionlessly following her pace in a light two-point seat. Tia thought he had lost control, but could see him grinning as he got closer. He sat back into the saddle, and Phoebe gradually slowed to a trot, then a walk, as she approached to halt in front of Tia, blowing faster than usual from the exertion. "I didn't ask for that, but it felt so good I just let her do it. I slowed her initially, then let her take over. I hope you're not cross with me." "Not at all. She looked magnificent. The ground was perfect, and I'm sure she knows how to look after herself. She can have a couple of days off in case her muscles ache. That said, I've seen her go faster around the paddock with the others and out in front of them, so I'm sure she'll be just fine." "Phew! I'm glad to hear that there's a chance you will let me ride her again. That didn't even feel like it was her top speed." "But then you don't ever see a Rolls-Royce driven like it's been stolen. They are a lot harder to break into." Tia laughed at the thought of someone stealing a Rolls-Royce and roaring up the motorway in it with the police in stately pursuit. "You really bring out the best in her. Of course you can ride her again. We've got the show on Sunday. I hope she feels like she has manners," said Tia, hoping that Anton would not now renege on his promise for fear of Phoebe making a spectacle of both of them. She wanted to give Phoebe every opportunity to demonstrate to Christie that she was a talented wonder horse after all, and something of a diva to add to the consommé. She could not use plain and paltry soup for a horse that had been so generously described as a Rolls-Royce. "I wish I knew more about her history," Anton said. "It's not really important, but it would be nice to know what training she's had, as she's turned out to be so talented." "Okay, I feel like I could ask the dealer now that she's doing so well, and that I wouldn't be looking for a refund if I contacted him," Tia said. "Then again, he might look for a top-up on what I paid him," she laughed. "That's the point. We'll let the sleeping dog lie then," Anton said, dismounting to let Phoebe walk around to cool down and pick at the lush grass. Tia felt it would be the right thing to do to offer the dealer more money, now that she would have her modelling money arriving soon. She was convinced that this would ensure that Phoebe would never be taken away from her. She was, however, beginning to feel somewhat over-horsed, and that Phoebe was better suited to Anton to continue with her more challenging adventures. He could perhaps look after her better around a higher jumping course, if she was happy to go on to do that. She was unsure about containing Phoebe's power across country, now that she had witnessed it. Would she really stop every time, if asked, when galloping out of control? Anton did seem to be in control of her, however.